we know where?
So just a friendly reminder as we're getting set up for City Council here this morning that if there is, in the event of an emergency, all members in the gallery are required to leave and they will follow our security colleagues over to my left. Members of council, if you can follow me and we will exit down the stairwell. Everybody is required to go down to ground level and do not evacuate the building through the doors marked the emergency exit and go to the muster point. Please don't take an elevator or walk through the city room. If anybody is in council chambers with limited mobility, please identify yourself to security and we'd be happy to assist. Thank you, and over to you, Mayor Sohi.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order, and I'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince-Bay.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette is away. I don't know if he's joining us. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Councillor Hamilton is also away on work assigned
So I believe
responsibility.
Councillor Hamilton's here, Mayor
Oh,
Sohi.
Councillor Hamilton's here? Okay, here you go.
I'm listening, but I might have to drop off shortly.
No worries. Thank you for making time. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Well, colleagues, we have a lot to do today, a lot on the agenda, and I would suggest that in the evening after supper, many colleagues will not be able to join us, so we need to kind of reprioritize to get items done that require a majority of council members to be here, because there are some big items. So I would suggest that we deal with we will come back to 7.4, then we will deal with 7.5, then we will deal with we'll come back to 7.7 at 1:30. Then we will deal with 7.8, 7.9, and I would suggest that we send 8.1, 8.2 to the next council meeting. Then in private items, I don't know how many people have questions on 9.3. Councillor Tang, you selected this, right? But if I think you were...
I just think in the interest of the agenda, I'm happy to remove it.
Maybe I'll ask administration how important is 9.3 be dealt with today?
I would say, Mayor Sohi, that there will be a follow-up item coming to the next council meeting related to that. So this is more for awareness, but you all have that information now, so you are aware. So
Okay, so we can send 9.3 to,
Do
or
you
align
want to
that
bring
with...
it forward and accept the recommendation?
We just, okay. No, you're right, we'll slow down. Yeah. 9.3 is the procurement update. Maybe instead of, okay, so we can accept the recommendation, then we'll have update at the next council meeting, or we just send it back to next council meeting and bring
No,
it
I
back?
think it'd be great if we cleared things from your agenda
Okay.
rather than compounding them
Okay.
if you're satisfied with it.
Okay, and let's start with 8.1 and 8.2.
Okay, so you would like to send those off to the next council meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So moved.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
8.1 and 8.2.
I don't know how to sign up to ask questions on that, but just on A2, it won't impact timeline for committee meetings and that kind of stuff?
Yes, it will.
Okay, so are we sure we want to postpone that
You don't?
for A2?
Yeah, you don't want to postpone it?
I mean, I might just vote no on that, but
Yeah, it just delays the setup of the committee, right? So, yeah, that's, I mean, we got to manage a lot of other stuff that is on the agenda that we need. You guys are okay with that?
Maybe if I could clarify, this was a must-be selected item.
That's because the bylaw includes a recommendation for appointments. The reason that it must be selected is there's blanks, and therefore it couldn't be passed in the omnibus. Happy to accommodate. I appreciate you have limited time. My recommendation is if you are down to 8 members of council this evening when you're making
Yeah.
council appointments, I do think it's it's fair that most of you were
Yeah,
here.
it
and
is
this
important
hasn't
that a
changed
majority
the
council
calendar,
members
so
are here.
Happy to accommodate.
Okay, so let's, who second, Councillor Tang, you seconded that? Oh, Councillor Wright, you seconded it, okay, Councillor Wright seconded it. Okay, please vote on 8-1 and 8-2.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Paquette, for joining us.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
That is carried. Okay, can someone bring forward 9-3, then move the recommendation?
So moved?
Okay, to bring forward, please.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you move the
I'll
recommendation?
move that the March 18, 2025 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IS 02951, be received for information, and that this report remain private pursuant to Section 16, 25, 24, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Just, MJ is just going to need 2 seconds to send that out, but we've got your vote. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. That's okay. Take your time. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. I would also want to know if council colleagues have any questions on the Dutch elm disease monthly update. If not, we'll bring it forward and deal with it.
So this is the fun part about when items are verbal.
Yeah.
There's nothing to receive for information, so unfortunately you need to get the report. But you don't need to ask questions on it.
Oh, so we have to have a report?
That was
Okay,
the
well, keep-
direction from council 3
Okay, we
times.
will keep it on the agenda then. Okay, Councillor Principe?
No, I was just going to suggest hearing.
Okay, no
The
worries.
report
We will
was
keep it,
verbal.
we'll
Thank you.
keep it, okay. Okay, so we dealt with 8-2, 8-1, 8-2, and we dealt with 9.
Mayor Sohi, do
3.
you want to just confirm the priority order so administration knows the order that you're planning to move through the agenda? So we're going to start with 7-4
Yeah.
this morning, and 7-7 is time specific at 1:30.
Yeah,
There are a number of in-camera time-sensitive matters. What order, or could we get a sense of what order, just so that administration can manage their time?
so let's deal with 7-4 and 7-5. Then if you're not done with, by then, at 1, hopefully we're done with them by 1:30, or by noon, sorry. Then we'll come back to 7-7, and then we'll go in camera to deal with the rest of the stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, all right, we are back to 7.4, budget process recommendation for 2027, 2030, approach to zero-based budgeting. Councillor Salvador, you were on the list. Go
I had
ahead,
asked my
please.
questions last night. You're on to Councillor Knack now.
Okay, Councillor Knack. Okay, Councillor Cardinal, go ahead, please.
Hi. So just a couple of questions then. So first of all, the underlying premise, as I understand it, for zero-based budgeting is that we talk about, perhaps rhetorically, starting at zero and rationalizing the dollars spent on a particular line of service or to deliver a particular thing. The suggestion here is to switch to results-based budgeting, which talks about the results and then attaches a budget to it, in my view. And that concerns me because I feel like that's what we've been doing for a long time, and our budgets have gotten ever bigger. Again, my words, not anybody else's. I want to keep the ethic of we've only got a certain amount of money available. If we're starting at zero, and again, not for things like debt service or other things, but if we're starting at zero and rationalizing every dollar that gets put to a service, that to me is more in line with the limited resources environment we find ourselves in. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that sentiment. I would just say, the practical application of doing results-based budgeting can be a little bit difficult if you start from zero and you're rationalizing everything. When we bring you a budget, we have to have a really strong understanding of what service level are you looking for us to build our budgets to.
Right.
And so if you flip to results-based budgeting, it's not what were your results, not what were your financial results last year versus where's your starting point. It's like, did you achieve the outcome that you were intending to achieve? And we would be looking at that against services, service levels, and general expectations of outcomes. We're spending money to achieve this outcome. Are we meeting it? If yes, do you want to meet more of it, or can you reduce it and shift money elsewhere? So I just, like, the results-based budgeting isn't just financial results. It's about achieving a vision or a goal of a program.
Yeah, and I would argue that zero-based budgeting isn't just about dollars either, but it's about, what is our capacity versus, what is our aspiration? And I think we're in a point in time right now where capacity needs to trump aspiration a little bit. But, so that's my apprehension around that. I don't want to take too much time. We've heard the conversation just previous. I'm okay with the idea of using executive committee to do a few of the first presentations. That's what I'm kind of reading into this report, that we'll do the first, almost as a pilot, the first few departments will come and do the first few presentations at exec through 2025. And that would kind of inform going forward. Is that a reasonable take?
Yes, I think that, like, our intention was to use the capacity of executive committee. If you find that doesn't meet your need, you can always direct us to do something different.
Or add a day to an executive committee, like just as we kind of ease our way into this and get to understand it better. I kind of like that, but I don't like the idea that it's going to take 5 years to get to fully implement the process. I'm a little worried about this, to 2030. So perhaps to the clerk, if we try this for a while and then there's a collective inclination, not speaking for anybody, but a collective inclination to change this to a council subcommittee or a separate standing committee, given where we are in the calendar, probably after the election, that's permissible, that can be done.
100%, and further to yesterday's conversation, council can adjust its committee structure, its schedule, and if this is not working or council wants to engage differently, you can have special council meetings, and there's always committee of the whole. You get 3 options, and council can direct us at any point in time to pivot, pending direction from the CFO if they can match that capacity. But we can increase your capacity at council for sure.
Right, I hadn't even thought of committee of the whole, yeah. Okay, so these are all my comments. I'm going to ask that part 4 be split out for voting purposes, and I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack, are you ready now?
Yeah, thank you. I have my questions in
Okay.
front of me there. Thank you. So just a few more. So again, making sure I've understood this, because I do have some of the same hesitations as Councillor Cartmel about point 4, but I think I'm okay with supporting it, because the idea is through 2026 we will get through every area like that, and then
That's correct.
and then we can maybe talk through, well, the next council, or even as the first test, can talk through what that looks like for how you transition to a full results-based over the course of the next while.
Yeah, so 4 would be that we would, by the end of that cycle, we'd be transitioned into what we would consider like a full results-based budget methodology.
Yeah.
But you would still be seeing department presentations. So it's an incremental adoption of a methodology,
Okay.
not applying the methodology to different things at different points in time.
Okay. Thank you. The last question, and again, trying to figure out the right timing of this, because I know we sort of have a budget process, and you talked a little bit yesterday about how we would engage the public. The one thing I don't know if this is the right time, but I am interested in talking about what does true engagement with the public look like throughout 2026 as you're going through this process. Because I envision it to be more than simply, stakeholder meetings and some of the, the surveys that we've done in the past. I think I've used the term a few different times now, like a true budget roadshow that gets out into the public to have some of these conversations. We're going to be having some real tough conversations about what we can and can't fund. How do we make sure we get out there? Because right now, the way I read this report, I don't really see much of that, but I don't know if today's the day for that conversation or if there's another point where we can have that conversation around how we get out to talk about this.
Yeah, so maybe if it's helpful, I can just run through just quickly, how we listen to Edmontonians as part of the budget process. So we do engagement with organizations. I think we did around 40 of them last time. We have the Edmonton Insight Community. We have the Service Satisfaction online survey. We had a Tough Choices survey that we did for 2020. But we also do a lot of pop-up events and street surveys. So we send folks out to have budget discussions at different places across the city. I'm not sure if that aligns with what you're thinking in terms of road shows.
So,
and then we've got the Balance the Budget tool.
Yeah, so I think, and I love the Balance the Budget tool and I love the Tough Choices piece. I'm wondering how I keep thinking about in my head for some reason the mature neighborhood overlay, which I know doesn't exist under the, but when that was being modified, there were multiple opportunities where the city went out, bunch of roundtables where folks came together, had tough conversations. We did the same with the bus network redesign, I would argue. Had those tough conversations, did refinement, showed how it was changing, got a better sense of where folks really stood on, take snow removal, on a conversation of, hey, we've got X number of thousands more road kilometers than we had 5 years ago. Here's what it would cost to provide the current service standard. Here's what it would cost to keep to do more. And really get a sense of, hey, are you willing to pay an extra X dollars to get 24-hour service instead of 48-hour service? Because I worry that if we just leave that to the committee, all we're going to have is, folks from the business community or EFCL or a few cultural communities, which are all important, but that isn't necessarily, sort of the broader city context. And again, maybe this report isn't the right way to have that conversation, so maybe I should talk offline around when or how we would do that, but
I guess, so we're in the process of developing what the engagement plan for the 4-year budget looks like. Yeah. So having heard some of what you've just described, I think we would take that back and look at it, and I can always communicate in advance via memo what our plan is, and then you can decide from there if you'd like to talk about it.
Yeah, maybe I'm only one voice on this, and I don't want you to go down a path that everyone isn't interested in. But if there's a way to get a memo on here's what you're thinking, and if that doesn't seem to be to the level that council's interested in, we could then have a future conversation. So maybe I'll approach it that way and wait for that information. Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Well, we have some guests visiting us from Aurora Academy Charter Primary Class 6, 2 classes. And they are here with the teacher J. McRae. That's the first class. I don't think one teacher can handle that large a group, right? I'm pretty sure there's another teacher part of this class, but I don't have their name. Would you tell us your name? Miss Meager? Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for bringing the students to City Hall. And Aurora Academy is located in Ward Nernick. Councillor Rutherford is your ward councillor. Nice to see you all. Are you spending your morning at City Hall or the entire day? I like that energy. Yes, right on. Are you doing your mock council? You're not? Okay. Well, usually if there's a mock council, I invite the designated mayor to say a few words. But as you're not doing mock council, you'll probably be doing better things than a mock council, right? So thank you so much for joining us. So lovely to see you. We are actually talking about how we budget for things, how we allocate the resources, money to get things done for the city, the same way your family will budget for your household expenditures, right? So we are talking about the best way to do it, right? So, cool, that's where we are, and I'm going to go to Councillor Tang next.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wanted to focus on that last part about the results-based budgeting. Just so I'm absolutely clear, what is the starting point for the budget? Like, zero-based is starting at zero. What results-based would be starting where we are, but more review of a performance. Is that right?
Do you want to start, or do you want me to start? Okay, so, so you would start, I don't want to say you're going to start exactly where you were, because I think we've never, like, this notion of incremental budgeting, we've never really done true incremental budgeting, which would be like, what did you have last year? What's inflation? Add it, and then. But it would be starting from the point of service delivery. So, what was your service delivery? What is your budget to deliver that service? What could you achieve? Did you achieve what you intended? And then do you adjust to, if you didn't, do you adjust to achieve more? If you overachieve, do you go down to achieve less? But the starting point isn't zero.
Okay.
It would be what you have to deliver that service currently.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful, because it reminds me a little bit of some of the snow removal, like low, medium, high, like what do you want? We've done results-based budgeting at the city before, right? I've heard about the 2008 exercise that actually generated some positive outcomes. I don't know if, because I know yesterday there's a question about like what other cities have done it, other jurisdictions, but we've actually done it at the city. I see some head nodding from the clerk, at least.
Yeah, I'm just like, that predates
Yes,
me,
I
and so
understand.
it's hard for me to comment on the effectiveness of what was done prior to that.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm sure somewhere in the corporation there's some institutional knowledge there. And then just so I can better understand, like how would you, because I feel like if we're going to be looking at results, like if I'm thinking about next year, departments and branches come forward for presentation, some programs are just starting out. Some areas like fire, like how many incident calls have we responded to, et cetera. There are other programs that are established for years to demonstrate any kind of outcome. Wouldn't it be like apples and oranges? And how are we gonna say, like, maybe just food for thought as you design the program, and that's kind of where I go to. And then just add one more. So that's one thing I'm thinking about how do we demonstrate the outcomes for different programs are vastly different. And then the other one is about individual branches are going to come. Are they going to be able to demonstrate some of the collaboration internally, like across departments, across branches? If there's a way to demonstrate that.
So on that last one, I think yes, and we do try to do that throughout the work that we do. I think your other questions on how would you apply it to what I would say is a mature service versus a newer service that's part of the reason that I think it's going to take till 2030 to do the implementation. And I think like we're aware that this exercise is going to be easier for some areas than others, and that a certain level of maturity exists in services that might be that have been long-running services. Yep. But at the same time, we also expect that some of that might create resistance. Mm-hmm. And so we're trying to like work through all of those things. Okay. But again, like we got to mature the process. Yep. And we think the maturity of that process is going to take that entire next cycle.
Yeah. Maybe just part of like looking at these service implementations is not just looking at it from this is the way we've always done it either. So there's ways for us to look at our services each time we're reevaluating the fact that what does our service delivery look like? Is this the same way that we can deliver the service? If we have different tools, can we be more efficient in the work that we do? These are the kind of questions you ask every time you're going through this process.
Yeah, I think I just want to make sure we're conscious of potential unintended consequence of, low, medium, high scenario for something that might take a while and we inadvertently cut it off prematurely, right? So I just want to kind of put that on the table. I have 10 seconds. I do have some remaining and more maybe just some thoughts as you move forward with the design of this process, and that I'll share with you offline. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so how would council-directed motions to increase budget or decrease budget be handled on a results-based? Not that we have ever directed anything like that in the past.
So I think that in a scenario where there's results-based budget, we would drive you back to outcomes, like
What the anticipated results would be, or?
yeah, and service levels. So if you're wanting to make a motion to increase something in an area, I think what this process will create is an ability for us to remind you that the budget was established with this outcome and this service level in mind.
Okay.
I don't think it prevents you from doing those things, but I think the fact that we can point to a results-based process will help us remind council that you undertook a budget with these objectives in mind, and then doing one-off motions to adjust it might draw you away from your objectives and potentially erode what you're doing elsewhere.
Okay, so it would also help us sort of maintain focus. Okay.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. And then Councillor Knack talking about better engagement or public engagement. Is it better sort of the process that you were discussing to get engaged or to get public feedback that way, or through public speakers at a committee? Because I think he mentioned too about maybe just, only having, certain businesses and organizations come and speak at committee.
Yeah, so just to be clear, like the stuff that I referenced earlier, that was all in addition to a public hearing process. But I would say when members of the public come to speak, we often will hear from people that don't like what we're doing, and we almost never hear from people who agree with what we're doing. So any sort of engagement process that relies solely on a budget public hearing is probably not actually a reflection of what the majority think about the budget.
Okay, yeah, people are easier to speak up negatively than positively. Okay, thank you. And then I guess maybe to the clerk, a special council meeting still would not allow public speakers, correct? It's only the committee meetings.
It depends. So council has set special city council meetings for particular purposes and have heard from council. It has not been the common practice to have the public speak at these regular meetings, but again, your processes are fairly adaptable. It's just about being really clear what the expectations are from administration and how the public is to engage, whether it's to reach out through council correspondence or if they are in fact going to be able to speak. So we can be flexible depending on council's direction.
Okay, so I guess for 2026, we just sort of see what happens at executive committee and what feedback we get. And then I'm also looking at the original motion of being a zero-based budgeting, but I'm just wondering how I can, if starting from zero, how can I rationalize the dollars being asked for? If on a zero-based budgeting, would I still get to sort of see what the results have been in the past?
Yeah, like that, I think all of that information comes into play. So if I was just to high level describe how I see the difference, zero base starts with an assumption that you're not going to do it, but you're going to justify why you need to do it.
Okay.
And results based starts from what am I trying to achieve? And then how much does that cost me?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Burkett.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good discussion so far. So Calgary did something vaguely similar with zero base or zero budget review, zero based review. I don't know what they called it, CBR. And then also Toronto, I know, found it financially unfeasible to go forward with this kind of concept. So is that sort of why you're talking about like, okay, well, let's phase this in, so to speak, over time, because it's a big undertaking. Is that sort of the idea?
Yes, I'm going to start and then I'm going to ask Sarah to weigh in.
Yeah, please.
I think one of the challenges that we see with a zero-based budget, if I'm honest, is that when you undertake this might not get you what you're trying to achieve. And in fact, when you start to look at zero-basing budget, what you might find is rather than identifying savings, you're going to identify a lot of places where you'd like to, in fact, spend a lot more money.
Yeah, and that's my read on it as well, that this idea that it's going to reduce a budget may not be true, because once you start looking at service delivery standards and what the expectation of the public is, you're going to find a sort of a wide gap on what that looks like. Is that sort of, am I getting that right?
Yes, sorry. I was just kind of following up on the question that you had asked and see if I
Oh,
answer what
sure.
you were
Hey,
just.
I'll be patient.
No, sorry. Part of when we're looking at the two different kind of methodologies, zero-based is time-consuming, put a lot of effort on data and financial information, and we're trying to balance with that results-based of what we can leverage for better decision-making. And so that's really when we look at the pros and cons of what we've seen in the different areas, is really how we can bring clarity to council and administration for decision-making and where you want to spend your dollars. And I don't think I addressed the second part. Sorry, if you can repeat that one.
Oh, just the idea that once we really start digging into this, we're like, oh, you know what? We're actually not funding this area appropriately. And look at that. There's actually a few others we're not funding appropriately. And therefore, if we truly want to do this exercise and right-size the dollars, sometimes it might look like a budget increase.
Yes, yeah, and what we'll be able to do with, as Stacy said, if we're presenting what we're delivering now, the service level and the costing of it, will help council understand if we need to put more money or less money, but many instances there might be need for more, and so those are the hard decisions that we'll have to make, but at least we'll be able to bring the data forward for those decisions.
Right, yeah, because I think, I mean, and all budgets are handled differently, they're broken up in different ways, but the stated operating budget in Calgary is about $1 billion more than ours. And I know that there's some different give and take there. So, you know, I just, it's, if the goal is to right size, I think this is great. If the goal is just to continually reduce budgets across that delta, where, you know, service delivery may suffer because we're not matching what the delta requires. That's another conversation completely, I think. Is that, any thoughts on that?
That's the thoughts on the service not matching?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say, like, if I look back at what, like, I think you've done elements of zero-based budgeting at different points in time. And I think snow and ice control has been one of those, perhaps turf maintenance. And so I think that there are times throughout the process where we will do elements of zero-based budgeting at the time that when we see that there's an issue with the budget that needs to be resolved. But once you select your service level, then that is results-based budgeting.
Right. Yeah. So that gets me to like sort of the last thought I've got time for is that, you know, we've seen our population grow incredibly over the past 2 years. And so are we looking at service delivery per capita? Are we looking at for, you know, we're saying results, but results per capita because we've got a larger population to serve. And sometimes, you know, for example, the property tax consideration does not grow along with the population consideration at the same time. So how do we navigate all this through this process.
Yeah, I think that's where you're talking about this integration versus being interrelated. I think in a lot of the times we talk about what does real service integration look like. This growth planning issue, that's where you have to start everything. That's the intangible that we can't control. We know people are coming in here. The real question is, how do you deal with that as a holistic city in terms of what does it mean for me to have 80,000 more people land in the city? Is it more streets? We are controlling where people are landing, where they grow, and we need to do that in a way that helps our servicing capabilities as well, and drive that through the whole organization, that we're all looking at the same thing as what does it mean for a population to grow 80,000 people in a year or 2 years, and how do we work through the servicing of that population growth?
Thank you,
Yeah, I'm-
Councillor
I'm- I'm-
Paquette.
yeah.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah. Great report overall. Very interesting. I guess I just want to understand with the the shift to like a results-based budgeting, how does that intersect with some of the conversations we've had about policy drivers for costs? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we've talked about, like, we have environmental goals, and we've had some high-level conversations about how there can be, you know, if we spend a little bit more on capital early on, it saves us in operating, and there's some intersections there. But also at the same time, we need to also dedicate more to renewal, we need to do these things, so we need to start to really look at value-based engineering, we need to look at people, what was it again, Eddie? People
budget time equipment.
People budget time equipment on the operating side. So I'm just wondering, how do policies drive that? Because I'm thinking about something like, even like complete streets, which is a live conversation right now. If we're talking about results, if we build it, we have to maintain it.
Yes, I 100% agree. And I would just say, like, there's so many things that come into the budgetary process,
Yeah.
but I would say that you have a vision, through the city plan, through Connect Edmonton.
Yeah.
What we will ultimately need to do is make sure that policies align with the vision, align with the budget. But those policy decisions are also, in fact, like, you can kind of think about them in terms of service level too.
Exactly.
So I know they're not quite the same as a service level, but if there are elements that are important enough for you to put into a council policy to service, those things should be connected to your vision and then are used to inform the budget. Yeah.
And I think what I'm trying to get at, though, is that I think, kind of to Councillor Cartmel's point, is like, we are in a different time and context. We're dealing with more uncertainty, tolerance for certain things within our spending as a municipality are on the decline. But some of our policies were made at a time when that wasn't the context. So I want to make sure that if we're going to go through all of this time and effort that this is going to create, that we're not going to be using the foundation of, we're actually going to still look at, like, does some of these policies drive up costs, and should we actually have a conversation about those policies too, and have opportunities to reevaluate, rather than just saying the policy is the policy, so that's what we're providing you.
Yeah, I think the opportunity that we've got, and I think we've got in the past little bit here, is that we got this work going on as well. Let's look at, we talk about high, low, medium for what that service-related outcomes are. You can do the same thing on the capital side, which is, here's what it means to build at base, here's what it means to build to this policy, and this is the fully loaded cost.
And
so it gives some options to council.
Sorry, Eddie.
Go ahead.
I would add, Councillor, that there's a few reports coming back where you've specifically asked us to review that, and you'll be exploring that this year. And it really is going to feed the next four-year budget as well.
Perfect.
Which is complementary to what Stacey's talking about.
Awesome. That's great. And then I just wanted to, because as we're going through and we're talking about this, I see this a lot of focus on service levels, which is great. I think it's been really clear to have some of those. But at the same time, sometimes we set service levels, and then admin, within their discretion, their rightful discretion, will adjust based on those service levels. So I'll give the example of the Inglewood bike lane, right? It was a priority 1 service level, now it's not. So the service levels are the service levels, but admin changed service levels on certain inventory. So how are we gonna have that conversation too of like, if this is set at a service level, what does that look like holistically in how we're servicing the city?
I'll say yes. Both Craigs are talking here just around how that connects directly into service levels by the operation service that we do. And it applies to how we're
Because you can just
putting in the
if you can just
capital.
recategorize something from priority 1 to priority 2. And we've agreed collectively as a council that we want something to be priority 1, but then an inventory is just taken off that like, we can create those service levels, but then if it's reorged to create that ring road, for example, and other areas don't get that same level of service, are we gonna be able to talk about that?
Theoretically, that should come back to council for changing that on something that council approved.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Okay. I just have a few questions. If this is approved, right, are you excited about undertaking this work?
Anything that gets our budget aligned, I think I'm excited about.
Good, good. And would this help us improve kind of transparency in a way that people will understand they're getting the value for the money?
I believe actually it would, yeah, for sure. I mean, anytime we're going to council and we're reviewing those budgets over a longer period of time, instead of a very finite time period, we can dive deeper into the conversation. So it absolutely would provide a more level of transparency for everyone.
Right, because that's like sitting in this chair as a, high level, at a governance level. We want to make sure that we are demonstrating accountability, right? And we are being transparent. And we are demonstrating that whatever we collect is delivering what the expectations of people are, right? So that's kind of outcome I'm looking for, out of whatever process you take, whether zero-based budgeting, result-based budgeting, whatever that, you're the experts on that, I'm not, right? So what I'm looking for is more accountability, transparency, value for money, and how those dollars we collect are making people's life better.
And I'd say we're aligned on that.
Okay, so that will help us do that. And the presentations will be kind of departmental-based presentations or branch-based presentations coming to executive committee starting this year, right? Or select number.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then you'll ramp it up more in 2026.
Yeah, I would say it's an opportunity for us to evolve the process, right?
Yeah.
So we'll land with the first few and see how that lands, a broad spectrum from different parts of the organization to understand how that's landing with council and make our adjustments as we go.
Make adjustments. But the end date of 2030 is to get all these, we have how many? 73 lines of businesses 73 lines of services that we provide, right? So your goal will be to kind of get through those departments, high level, throughout.
Yeah, so I would say, so we're gonna do a few in 2025.
Yep.
Then in 2026, you are gonna see all of them.
Okay.
You will see all departments, all branches throughout 2026, including re-seeing the initial ones that we did, the test cases that we did.
Okay,
So that you have a fulsome picture going into 2027 to 2030.
Yeah.
What 2027 to 2030 will do is help us mature the results-based process
Okay.
across all 70 lines. But you'll still, it's not like we're gonna do, one at a time and you might
Got
not
it.
see trends
I
until
think
later.
that is
Yeah.
very important clarity, because the time frame of 27 to 2030 kind of leaves the impression that work will be done over 4 years, but that's more of it's kind of a digging more deeper into monitoring of whether we're delivering. But every branch department will present to council in 2026.
That's right. You'll see everyone in 2026. And the idea is really to get to that 4-year budget with a really good understanding of how council wants to deliver that
Got
budget.
it. Good. And there'll be an enhanced level of scrutiny questions, because this will be coming to executive committee, which we have not happened for the setting of this current 4-year budget.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, good. I think that is a great approach. Yeah, good. Thank you, and I'll take the chair back.
Do you want to move a second round?
Oh, I'll move the second round, yes.
Thank you. I'll take a second.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on the second round.
All the votes?
Display the votes, please.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. I'll return the chair.
I got the chair back now. Now we go to Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I know that I mentioned that Toronto found it maybe too financially challenging to employ. Calgary's modified version, I think, saved them something like $7 million annually. So I'm just trying to, in my mind, figure out and maybe it's too early to ask, but the estimated financial and administrative costs of transitioning to ZBB or a modified ZBB. And that's a deep curiosity for me is what is the anticipated cost of doing this? And have we considered doing it as a pilot on a specified area instead of budget whole cloth in order to sort of figure out how we want to do this?
So I'm just going to answer that in two parts. In terms of cost to run the process, what we've tried to design is a process and a methodology that we can do in our current structure. But if your question is, what do I think that the results will yield in terms of savings, that one is much more difficult for us to answer until we actually start to undertake the exercise.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then, and this is where I'm also unclear on the vision. Like, so we're not going to zero and then building a budget off of zero, or is that what the desire is? That's what I'm not clear on.
So I think that is normally what zero-based budgeting is start with zero and add in the things that you need. So we're not doing a full zero-based budget across all departments, but we will look at where zero-based can be incorporated by department, by branch, where it makes the most sense to do it, have those conversations with the ultimate goal of shifting to a fully results-based budget by the end of 2030. And so I would just...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
I would just say again, like zero-based starts at zero, and then you determine a service level. And so in the areas where we've done that and you've determined your service level, once you've done that, you then can shift to results based on what you were intending to achieve. The results you achieved in accordance with the service standards that you set.
Right. Okay. All right. And I guess I'm a little bit nervous about what that looks like. Is it an annual practice? Because I'm just thinking about infrastructure projects and service stability, especially for essential services, and the idea of like every year doing this and the potential impact on long-term planning and ensuring that we avoid disruption. But I think it sounds like you're baking that in.
Yeah, I think so. Zero base wouldn't be something that you would want to do, in my view, that you'd want to do every year. You wouldn't want to restart the budget every year at zero. Once you've done the exercise to reset the budget through a zero-based exercise, then you'd move to results-based. And results-based, I think, is probably closer to what the general expectation would be. What are you spending your money on? What are you achieving with that money? How are you adjusting budgets to reflect the outcomes?
Yeah, okay. That's helpful. Good. You know, in this discussion, I've started reading a lot about how different cities are approaching this, and it doesn't seem to be a general consensus. That's the challenge. So I'm assuming you're also doing a sort of a jurisdictional scan on this.
On our approach or on budgeting, I would say we are constantly scanning across jurisdictions on what budget methodologies are being applied. But yes, we do a jurisdictional scan.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, yeah, I can see the desire for this. I think that we've sort of dabbled in this a lot, but I guess fundamentally, and I just want to make sure I have this clear before I vote, we're going to get sort of a picture of where things are at, what the minimum is for dollars that we need to spend in order to achieve that service stability. And then that is sort of effectively the zero going forward.
Not quite. I'll say it this way.
Okay, yeah, that's why I need to ask, yeah.
Yeah, we will so we're gonna look across the organization and we're gonna pick a few branches, departments to undertake an initial exercise. We'll determine whether any of those can be zero-based, and we do think that there are some places where zero-based budget is a reasonable place to start, but not necessarily start every line of service at zero-based. Then in 2026, you will get to see all of the service lines based on what their 2026 budget is. You can give us input, then we know to adjust in the 4-year.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the question on this item. We have a long agenda to go. I know people want to speak to this item, so we will open for speaking. Councillor Knack, you were the mover. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I was really opposed to the zero-based budgeting when that idea was proposed. I think what's come back, and I was really worried about that, I think what's come back is a really sound process in terms of having honest and open conversation with Edmontonians about what we can afford, what we can't afford, and where we want to reallocate or not reallocate. And what's, like, I think even just, I know we talk about through OP12 what's legislatively required, but it's so nebulous, and I don't think we've ever absolutely talked to the public about what is actually legislatively required at a department to department level. So I think that will be a really good conversation. And I think that one of my other cautions, and I really liked the attachment that was in the report that talked about, what you heard council wanted, what you heard council didn't want. So that also provided a level of comfort for me in supporting this. So I will be supporting this today, knowing that I was skeptical before, and had it come back with some of the things I was concerned about, I wouldn't have supported it, but I'm really impressed with where this has landed and how that will set up the next 4-year budget debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So, I am okay with how this is starting. As I stated earlier, I don't mind the idea of using executive committee to begin sort of the branch presentations and see how that teases out and see what we get out of that. But I cannot and will not support this migrating to a different focus and to continuing to be an administration-led process. And that's, I'm not trying to cast aspersions or be critical or speak personally in any way. We tried program and service review. We tried prioritized budgeting. We've tried a number of processes that were administratively led and, to my mind, did not bear a whole lot of fruit. Each one of those things was things that I deeply believed in, and we did not get the adjustments that I really think we need. So I want to see the presentations start, and I'll I'll support the first few things. But this really needs to be a council-led process at some point. There really needs to be relatively quick shifts in how we manage the dollars that we're taking out of the economy. A process that's gonna over the course of 5 years begin to affect the budget is way too long. People are looking for some reaction to what they are saying and what they are looking for now. So we need to speak to that. I did speak in the election in 2021 about modeling conversations like this off of Committee of Supply and the estimates presentations at other levels of government. I know that is an imperfect comparison, but a day or two, line by line review of each department's budget is an absolute start. But I think that that needs to be informed by a consultant, by a third party, by the community, maybe all of those things, responding directly to council. There's just too much opportunity when it's an administrative-led thing for the whataboutism. I just feel like we don't get all of the information, and then we're left with a stack of two equally unappealing choices, as opposed to starting fresh and really examining where we need to assign the dollars. This is not about, for me, about privatizing or cutting. It's an allocation exercise, and we need to get going on that allocation exercise right now. I hear even last night, I'm hearing about how we're talking today in a future item about activating LRT stations, but we refuse to talk about cutting the grass. And, you know, how is it we can find money for murals, but we can't find money for trimming cycles when we go up and down the streets in the communities? These kinds of trade-offs within our budget, that can't take 5 years. That can't be filtered through a process that shifts this back to what do we aspire for and how much money that will cost. We need to shift this back to, there's a lot of things I want to do, but this is what I can afford. This is the conversation that happens around my kitchen table, right? There's a lot of things I'd like to do. There's a lot of places I'd like to visit. There's a lot of things I'd like to buy. I can't. At some point, there has to be some sense of, these are the critical things. These are the things I'm going to spend money on. And if those other things we can't do, then we can't do them right now. That needs to be the conversation that we're having. When we talk about what would we like to do and then how much money will that cost, that's how we get $340 million rec centers, right? Because we pile up the scope to the something and set expectations, and then we can't afford the things that we've set up expectations for. It has to shift to a resource-based, a capacity-based, a what can we afford, not what are our aspirations. That needs to be our focus right now. Not forever, necessarily, but certainly right now with successive dramatic tax increases and all kinds of demands on people's capacity to pay, we need to be cognizant of that. So the first few months here, these are reasonable steps to take to get started on this process, but it needs to shift to something that works with a lot more pace and a lot more determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I'll support the recommendation. I worry a lot about this misinformation though, that keeps perpetuating, and I think administration had a memo a little while ago. It summarized the property tax revenue increase 2022 to 2025, and it highlights, so where has the money gone? And, you know, we can talk about murals. Last I checked, the cost of a mural is about $5,000. When I look, though, at where our budget is going, almost $1 out of $5 in the tax increase is going towards the police service, the funding formula. 74 million new dollars in the total is going towards the Edmonton Police Service. When you look at just maintaining, with the cost of gas, fuel, everything else, keeping gas in those mowers, keeping gas in the snowplows, keeping gas in everything else, when you look at maintaining existing services, you're looking at another $300 million. And I think what bothers me about this process is people can say, oh, well, you know, we need a line by line. I've heard there's not even coffee cream. I've heard there's not even dairy. I've heard there's not even anything to add to coffee in some of the city offices, because that's where they're at. And I think it's pretty disingenuous to suggest, you know, that to the public that, you know, we're going to do a line by line and find this when, like, oh, well, the problem with Lewis Farms is so expensive because it's the cladding. No, it's not. We're building a $315, $25, $30 million rec center. That's the problem. And now we're going to staff and operate it. So I think we are not even missing the forest for the trees. Sometimes we're focusing on the tiny little saplings and the pine cones instead of looking at the giant force that we have as a city. I think we need to go back to the fiscal gap report and drill in. When we see the free rider problem, that we're paying so much more for our infrastructure for the region, but we're not getting paid back for that. When we see some of the other capital expenditures that we're paying, when we have administration waving a flag saying, if we continue to sprawl, we are going to lose $1.4 billion in the Des-Couteaux area. If we continue to sprawl, we are going to lose money. We need substantial completion. We need some sort of a growth boundary. Every conversation we're having about murals is not having this conversation about the thousands of kilometers of roadway that we're adding, that we're going to have to pave, that we're going to have to maintain, that we're going to have to clean, that we're going to have potholes. That's $300 million a year. So I support the process, but I'm worried that it's going to get us into the wrong conversation yet again, which is how do you run a functional city? How do you run a 21st century city on an 18th century operating system? That we are not getting a fair deal from the province. We're not getting a fair deal from the feds. You look through the list here of all the things that we're paying, existing services, etc. I challenge my colleagues, if they want to cut the mural program, bring a motion. Notice a motion. You could do it at the end of the meeting. I think it's anyhow. It's in the agenda. There's an opening. Bring it. You want to cut the Arts Council? Bring it. You want to cut the Social Services Department? Bring it. Because if we sit here through all these meetings at all these executive committees, and all we're doing is looking at I noticed that you bought 7 laptops instead of 6 laptops. That is not the role of a city council. We need to be visionary here. We need to have some high level conversations about the actual costs. Because I go back to our first month on council, we were, as a new councillor, let's look at the capital projects that rung up. Velodrome, Lewis Farms, Kinsman, High Level Bridge, Horlick Park, Ambleside Yard, 50th Street Interchange, the Twilliger Freeway, the Orange Hub Parkade. Remember debating about the Orange Hub Parkade? The police campus, I think that was an inherited piece, but still. And then now we're going to be, in another item, we're going to be talking about a $250 million fan park. So, I'm getting a bit of whiplash here. But if this gets us to the bottom of that mural, if you're using gold paint on that mural, oh boy, here we go.
Done?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette.
I got booted off. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. It's spotty internet connection. My apologies. So, interesting conversation. I am actually having a lot of trouble wrapping my head around this. As an exercise for improving efficiency, I think it may be helpful. But I think that there is a fundamental incorrect premise that kind of gives me concern. And the premise is that administration is not doing well with dollars or something, or that council is not paying attention or doesn't understand the process or where the budget is. I don't think that's correct at all. Every expenditure, the budget itself is decided by council. To Councillor Jans's point, if we want more grass being cut, we can make a motion for more grass being cut. There's literally nothing standing in the way except for fiscal considerations. If you want to spend the money on grass and don't want to spend in another area, that is a motion to make. And all those motions can be made at budget. They can be made right now and then impact the budget. These are political decisions. And so if there are politicians who want to see a difference in the budget, they should just make that motion, really. But we go through that process annually. We go through it in the fall. We go through it in the spring. So there are a lot of opportunities here. So as an exercise in finding efficiency, great. as a critique on administration and where money goes, wildly incorrect. We had OP12. Council incorporated some of it, chose not to incorporate a lot of it. That exercise said, here's all your options, and council thoughtfully went through it and decided, okay, this is as far as we can go with some of these things, but we can't go further. And there's an interesting concept here about, okay, so taxes are going up, sure. They go up in every city. If you have growth in a city, taxes will go up if you are building more roads and more sidewalks and more amenities and offering more services. That is just the balloon expanding. If you want taxes to decrease continually, you are going to shrink your balloon. And if you're not shrinking with the population, then you're essentially shrinking it through cutting services. It's really the only way. And so in this process, as was mentioned, this process may mean you spend more money. As I mentioned earlier, we have $1 billion difference in our posted operating costs between Calgary and Edmonton. $1 billion. That's a third of our budget. Well, actually a quarter. But nonetheless, that's huge. We had 0% tax increases. We had 1.3, we had 1.8. That means that we have spent less money. And so when taxes go up, and we had to reduce some services for that, then people rightly say, I feel like my taxes are going up, but my services aren't going up with it. And generally that's true because council had a choice. Do we cut taxes as much as humanly possible to reduce that load, knowing that it means that services can't increase to the level that people expect? Or do we increase taxes to the level where those services can be provided to the level people expect? And council decided on the former. Some cities have decided on the latter. And so that's really what it comes down to. What is the appetite for the percentages of taxes to the services provided? And in between all of that, doing these exercises that make us more efficient. Now, I'm not convinced that this is actually going to yield massive results, but it'll yield some. So because of that, I am going to support it. But this is not some kind of cure-all. That simply doesn't exist. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador, are you able to take the chair? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm flipping around on my iPad here.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, for your words. I also hear very clearly what Councillor Jan's concerns. I think one of the reasons I originally supported this, and I think will continue to support this, is because something I was really alive to, both as a new councillor and in watching this council sort of find its footing early in the term, is that you only get answers to the questions that you ask. And I respect council as a continuing body as people, and for, I would say, decades, you know, 3/4 of council was part of the last budget. So people knew, had a, I'm going to say, an iterative understanding of what was in the budget. And because of that continuity, for instance, asking about reprioritizing certain things, or certain areas could be a very slow process. And you kind of knew, based on sort of the iterative discussions, how council had decided on things. I think this term has demonstrated that the way you used to do things is not necessarily helpful. And I think in terms of, I know this is, zero-based budgeting is tough on administration, to Councillor Jens's concerns, I don't think that it's meant to call into question or cast aspersions on administration. But I, I hope it would give a new council the opportunity to understand what the business of the city is before going in and trying to make cuts, because I I think when you don't get that kind of, I'm going to say bird's eye view of a corporation, you might look at all the line items and say, I'm not sure what is happening here. I don't know that I see the value in this. And you move to eliminate it. And then until you have that conversation at budget, it can be a very lengthy conversation. You don't necessarily have that understanding of what a business area does. So I'm like, and I don't know after 8 years that I could tell you what those 73 lines of business are going to be. And I'm not sure that, I think Councillor Knack may be able to answer this. It takes a really long time to sort of understand the depth and breadth of the work the city does. I think you could probably work in the organization for 30 years and still be surprised, which is what's wonderful about the city. But at the same time, I think I've used the term, it's a gift to the next council. It may be the homework to the next council, but the opportunity first to learn about what the city does before and what the business areas are. And maybe what some of the legacy considerations are before you start talking about what your shared values are, what your priorities are, and what you want to keep or what you want to, what you're willing to have a conversation about not keeping is the I think it's responsible. I don't think this is I've never seen this as a pathway to nickel and diming administration. I've never seen it as a pathway to privatization. I've only ever seen this as a pathway to understanding how this corporation, which is highly complex, function, and to develop an appreciation for the breadth of work that happens and the resources necessary to make it happen effectively. So I won't be around to see it, but I think that I would have appreciated this in my first term. I think I would have appreciated it this term. So I think any opportunity to learn is a good opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Can my colleagues joining virtually, some of them keep the cameras on because we may be close to the quorum. I think we have quorum now, but if that's good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Councillor Salvador, are you able to take the chair? Okay, got it, right? Oh, okay. Who's next? Sorry. Councillor Knack is the mover.
Yeah, we're just checking who's after Councillor Knack. I want to say it's.
I know Councillor Salvador is not feeling well, but so.
It is Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
Sure, I have the chair.
Thank you. I think I want to thank Councillor Hamilton for giving us that kind of little bit of historical perspective as well, and her experience on council and the journey and the continuation of that journey that is necessary for us to continue to improve the way we budget, the way we do things, and how we can be better at being accountable to Edmontonians for the dollars that we collect and how we deploy those dollars to provide quality services that Edmontonians rely on. So I'm going to support this approach because there's always better way of doing things, and this will, as I heard from administration, this will further allow us to increase transparency, accountability, and align the resources to the priorities of Edmontonians. But I think we also need to acknowledge that over the last couple of decades, there has been a number of exercises that has actually led to reduction in services, that has actually led to more efficiencies, which are good. Not a reduction in services, but efficiencies are good. And we can do better. But also we need to realize that 80% of the services that people use on a daily basis are provided by the city with 8% of the taxes that Edmontonians pay. That is quite a remarkable thing to do, because the services that city provides are essential for people's well-being, for good quality of life. They're essential for our economic growth. And we do that with 8 cents of the taxes that we collect, providing 80% of the services. And I heard that number at FCM. So there may be little variance here and there, but overall it's true. And we have been finding efficiencies. I am very grateful that this council has undertaken a number of initiatives. Yes, not perfect initiatives, but we took actions instead of just talking. And that has led to close to $200 million in savings and reallocations over the last 3.5, 4 years. Along with that, we dealt with some significant challenges coming out of COVID with high inflation. We had to make up for $89 million. When I'm talking about we, I'm talking about all of us together here in this, the entire corporation, including this council, that a structural deficit that was left behind because of 0% increases or reduction to taxes. We had to deal with underfunding of our employees that deserve a decent ongoing cost of living adjustments that were not the case in the past, but we have dealt with that, and that has led to significant cost pressures on taxes. We have invested more money in snow clearing based on the standards that we set. Still not there, but we are moving in the right direction. We have invested more money in public transit to provide people a choice that is sustainable, to all choice that is also affordable, that actually reduces their day-to-day operations, day-to-day household expenses. We have invested in libraries, keeping them open on Sundays. And we have done that at the same time, dealing with cuts that we have received from the provincial government and also the downloading that we have received. So I think there's an opportunity through this exercise to tell that story and really talk about the value for money and accountability and transparency and how we're delivering those services. That's why I think this approach is a more doable approach, more practical approach, and less costly approach than a zero-based budgeting would have been. Right? So we'll get to the same results under this with being more efficient in using resources. So I really appreciate the work that administration has done and has been doing and will continue to do to demonstrate that accountability. With that, I will take the chair back. And
I'll return the chair.
Thank you, and go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So it's a great discussion. Really appreciate all the feedback on this. For me, the premise of this was never around whether or not city staff are spending money effectively. I think arguably, and again, not arguably, I think I'll just say it again, like they've proven year after year that they work to find efficiencies and have done that very successfully. In case folks missed it yesterday afternoon, we just had our financial report from year end, and if you didn't see those results, including to people in the media, just in case they missed those financial results yesterday, we were originally projecting a $40 or so million deficit midway through the year, which everyone reported on. And in case folks missed it, we actually finished the year with a $700,000 deficit, which is essentially a rounding error. And I think that's a great testament to the work that administration's done each and every year. And so just thought I'd say that out loud again in case it's a slow news day. And so for me, the premise of this is actually just about sort of the history I've gone through. And so I know Councillor Hamilton gave a great history, and I'm going to share a little bit of the history I found is that what I have found is that it has been a little bit more of an incremental exercise over most of my time on council. So I remember in late 2014, I had made a motion to cut vacant staff positions that had been vacant for more than 6 months, but had been held within our organization. That ended up saving about 13 million over 2 years. But again, that was like a very piecemeal. I had tried to find like, how do I do this, and how do we find ways to be more efficient? In late 2018, I had made a motion around how do you what might we cut? What might administration recommend that we cut if we were going to reduce our budget by 4% or 3% or 2% or 1%? Administration did a great job. We actually found about $60 million in savings going into that 4-year budget exercise, which allowed us to have a much more beneficial budget. I think Councillor Paquette mentioned in late 2020 during COVID, administration yet again went through and found about $60 million in savings that they were going to implement themselves. Council changed it by about $5 million, but there was another $55 million that's come out. Now that one in particular resulted in some pretty significant cuts to key city services, things like grass cutting, which we have not fully recovered from, but I think as we've seen, we've started to see money come back even in the last budget cycle. Some of that has come back in for the trimming cycles. So I share all of that history, and there's a lot more examples of it, because it does feel like a lot of that has been around trying to find things within the existing system and working on that incremental piece versus going and having that conversation about what is that new foundation. And I know Mr. Robar, before he became the city manager, started doing that work in spots like city ops, and we've seen that in snow removal, and we're seeing that now in virtually every department, that type of work coming. And I can see the opportunity of a branch by branch presentation allows us to have that really thoughtful conversation going forward. So for me overall, I'm actually pretty excited about this. Obviously I want to see the first few presentations before I say it's absolutely the right way to go. And I only offer that caution because I will admit when OP12 was first being discussed, what I had in mind, and I think what ultimately came to fruition was not aligned. Now that would have just been me potentially, but I don't want to potentially create a situation where what I think we're approving is not actually what we're going to do in implementation. And so I think that the draft or the pilots of a few presentations will work really, really well on that going forward. So I'm going to be very supportive of this, recognizing we've got that work. I think the last piece I'll flag, and I know we'll get some more information on this, is the engagement part around how we're working with Edmontonians on this, because I think we all have our own ideas of what be the most important foundational pieces. For me, it's snow removals. Like I know we've done more, and this council's been the first one in a long time to incrementally increase the snow removal budget. Does that need a significant change? And if so, how do we do that? Where are we reallocating from? And I think those types of conversations need to be had with, out in the community, really digging into those and understanding those trade-off conversations. I've loved the tough questions survey that we've had online. I'd love to do those in person, and really understand that with community and talk through that and work with them and make sure that they're helping us co-create what the new budget would be. And so that's when I think about this notion of a foundational setting exercise. It's the work you're going to be doing, it's the work council's going to be doing, and it's the work I think Edmontonians need to do with all of us as we go forward on that. So that's thanks for going back on the history lesson with me. And yeah, I'm excited about this. And thanks to Councillor Cartmel and Mayor Sohi when this was first being worked on, this motion during budget.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, so we will vote on part 1, 2, and 3 first. Please vote on part 1, 2, and 3.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we will vote on part 4.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Carrying on to our next item, which is options to further enhance LRT safety. And we'll go to administration for a presentation. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair for a minute? I just
I've got the chair.
Thank
We're just letting everyone get settled, everyone, so just hang tight. I think. No, no. I just don't have any entertaining anecdotes to keep us going while we're waiting, so.
I think we're good to go.
All right, take it away.
Okay, good morning, Council. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm acting in the Deputy City Manager role for City Operations. So today we have a report that responds to a motion from Council that asks us to outline reallocation options for the Commissionaire's budget to hire transit peace officers and or automated passenger counters and or attendance and other interventions, and provide a report back to Council. So in the report, we've outlined 5 different options, and we're here to discuss our plan and how it will drive further improvements to what we've already seen. So we've got a pretty large delegation with us, which I think just speaks to like the integration across the city and with some of our partners. I'll just list off the names. So first of all, we have Carrie Houghton-McDonald, who is our branch manager for Edmonton Transit Service, Dave Jones, our branch manager for Community Standards, Michael Gunther with Legal Services, Sarah Feldman is our director of Transit Planning and Ridership and Revenue. We have Brooke Hilborn, Deputy Chief in the Community Standards Peace Officers team. Dean Sledowski, our Director of Corporate Security. Tana Vey is with us, who is our Manager of Transit Safety and Security. We also have Robbie Caboni with Bentero Traditional Healing Society, along with Connie Marcinuk, our Community Safety Liaison. We also have Tom Gervin, our Director of Downtown Vibrancy, who wanted to be with us, but I don't think he's feeling too hot today. So we will turn it over to Carrie to walk through the presentation.
Thanks, Craig. So the first half of our slides today provides some context for the discussion, and then the last half of the presentation will go through the options we put forward and our plan that we put in the report. So as demonstrated in this chart, following disruptions from the pandemic, transit ridership has been growing year over year, and in 2024, as we've discussed, we exceeded our pre-pandemic ridership levels. With more ridership, there is more natural surveillance and more reporting from riders. As a reminder, we have core levers of ridership that we monitor, and there are a few that the city has more influence over, including service-related factors such as coverage of the network, frequency of the service, as well as reliability. These are critical to attracting and retaining riders. The second core lever is about our amenities. So convenient, clean, attractive amenities that are welcoming are another lever. Then we have faring-related lever, which we've talked about extensively. We've got accessibility and ensuring that transit is barrier-free and welcoming for riders with disabilities. And then our safety and security lever, which includes both actual safety and security as well as perceptions of safety and security. These challenges are complex in part because broader issues related to homelessness, addictions, and mental health in our community impact our public spaces, including transit. and both our perceptions as well as our experiences as riders. Next slide. So this chart shows how our different fare-buying rider groups use transit service throughout our service day. So we wanted you to have a sense of when riders are present and volumes of riders throughout the service day for public transit in Edmonton. Adult riders are using the service more during peak periods. UPass students, Ride Transit Low-Income Fare Program participants, as well as seniors, have ridership that's spread out across both peak and off-peak a bit more. And youth and students have ridership that has more peak usage related to their school day. The Ride Transit Low-Income Transit Pass participants rely on transit more frequently and more often to get to their destinations, completing the most monthly trips among all of our different fare categories. We also know from our rider analysis that riders who use transit frequently or very frequently are using both bus and LRT for their trips and not just one or the other. And that's done in greater amounts than the other rider segments that we have. Frequent transit riders also have the largest segment of people under the age of 34, and occasional riders have the largest segment of riders who are older than 55. We have engaged with several rider and community groups over the last 2 years to further explore transit safety and security. So that includes the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board, ETSAB, as well as the Youth Council, Edmonton Student Alliance, Edmonton Transit Riders Group, as well as our union partners. We've heard requests for additional safety and security measures, and that includes enforcement measures. In addition, we have completed community outreach, rider engagement, and I think we've all responded to many, many inquiries. And in addition to that, we conduct regular research with riders about their needs overall. Advisory boards have also brought forward previous reports to council over the last couple of years in particular, with requests related to transit safety and security, and our union partners have participated as speakers during these report discussions. And what we've heard is emphasis on the need for more enforcement and more security measures in our transit spaces. We've also heard concerns about vulnerable and marginalized people who are using transit, whether that be for shelter or other purposes, and the need for compassionate, human-centered approaches. Through engaging advisory boards, as one example, the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton highlighted in our discussions the importance of support for vulnerable and marginalized people. Lastly, we have transit riders who also represent marginalized communities. And when these riders feel unsafe using transit, we're introducing additional barriers, and that can increase their household costs and reduce opportunities for them to access things like employment, education, childcare, etc. Craig in particular loves this photo, by the way, and has offered to explain the LRT map in the second upper photo. At the core of our transit network is our ETS control center. It's really the heartbeat of our operation, and it has oversight for managing the delivery of service across our network. So our network includes buses, trains, 43 different stations, Valley Line Southeast stops, 62 kilometers of track, as well as monitoring the security of our infrastructure, equipment, and our assets, and safety for riders, staff, and our contractors in our spaces. So to give you some examples of the things that the control center is involved with, they respond to every single service incident. So whether it is weather-related, collisions, any detours, they provide direct coaching and instructions to our operators as they deliver the service. They also administer our Transit Watch program and respond to calls from the emergency blue phones that you see out in stations and in the downtown area. They ensure an emergency response that is appropriate to the incident, and they guide commissionaires throughout their posts and respond to their reports. And lastly, they also dispatch as well as support our transit peace officers. As we talk about options today, please keep in mind that we have physical constraints with the current work location of the control center, and we would have difficulties growing the staff complement in the existing space. So if there is any desire to consider having them take on more oversight and more surveillance work, we want to keep this in mind. Next slide, please. So as you can see in the next two slides, we have quite a long list of the different measures related to the investments that have been made in transit safety and security in Edmonton, looking at a 10-year horizon. So between 2014 and 2019, we did things like we participated in the UN Women's Safe Cities Global Initiative. We grew the number of transit peace officers as well as our control center staff. We installed retractable operator shields in our bus fleet. We introduced security guards using hotspot data to inform the deployment. We conducted gendered as well as CPTED, so crime prevention through environmental design, related safety audits. We upgraded our safety-related equipment, like the Blue emergency phones, and we added more surveillance cameras across the network. We also conducted several different safety-related marketing campaigns targeting our riders. Next slide. So following the pandemic, we continued to make really key investments in things like launching and then expanding the community outreach transit teams. We expanded our Transit Watch program to add text messaging to the service. We added more transit peace officers and more control center staff. We made CPTED-related facility improvements, such as improved lighting, more surveillance cameras, strengthened our doors to prevent break-ins, and we had some bigger projects, like the redesigned stadium station. We also implemented a safe washroom plan, and then we added naloxone deployment for both the security guards as well as transit peace officers. And as you know, we've made bylaw-related changes as well. Next slide. So to provide in-person support for riders, there are several layers in place. So Council has funded the expansion of TPOs to 96 positions along with 10 sergeants. There are 19 stations with commissionaires deployed with between 18 to 24 hours of coverage, and they are statically deployed at a station. Council permanently funded the community outreach transit teams and grew them to 7 teams to provide support for vulnerable and marginalized people in our spaces who may be experiencing houselessness, addictions, and mental health issues. We also have support from cleaners across the network, including both in-house staff cleaners and contracted cleaning. We have proactive and emergency response support from Edmonton Police Service members, as well as emergency response from Edmonton Fire Rescue Services and emergency medical services in our spaces. We have also expanded the number of community partnerships that we have with things like Paws in the Pedway program, so if you see dogs in our stations, and rider engagement with support from local listeners as part of the Oracle project. I'll now turn it over to David, who's going to talk about the transit peace officers a bit more.
Good morning. Deploying transit peace officers, TPOs, proactively in our network has produced impactful results for riders, staff, and contractors in our spaces. Despite pre-pandemic levels of proactivity reaching around 60% of the work time for the TPOs, we've only really been able to achieve 30% after some fairly concerted efforts in 2024. An example of a successful proactive campaign was the Fall Here to Help campaign in 2024, ran in late August and through September, during which time regular duty and overtime TPOs were deployed at 8 LRT stations and transit centers across the city to provide a visual presence, educate and inform riders about transit bylaws, and ensure a safe, welcoming environment. We tied it in with the return to school for many, both post-secondary and school kids. These efforts were focused on the morning and afternoon peak ridership times. The results, however, showed just how important proactive presence can be for transit safety. So in that time, TPOs posted an increase of 95% for proactive patrol events. But so what does that mean? That's not a remarkable thing in itself. But the results themselves were that in those high priority, those 8 targeted locations, we saw a 33% decrease in high priority calls compared to the same time in 2023, and further a 25% decrease in high priority calls across the entire network compared to the same time in 2023, which shows that a well executed proactive or hotspot plan often has reach outside of the specifically targeted locations, and they don't just create displacement issues, which sometimes can be the assertion. Residual effects noted after the campaign showed that those high priority events were reduced for a subsequent week following the project wrap-up. Now, unfortunately, because the Here to Help campaign relied heavily on overtime resources, this type of concentrated effort cannot be achieved in a sustainable way without a change to our resource application and team structure, which is what is being proposed here in this report. Next slide, please. I'd like to provide an update on the progress towards better integration with the EPS, which has been a huge focus of our attention in the last month or 6 weeks. In accordance with the provincial direction for better use of peace officers province-wide to support a Team Canada approach to law enforcement with, the context of a current tariff war with the U.S. So we launched this project, now called Operation Unify, this morning, and it will deploy EPS members and TPO resources together with a mission of providing high visibility law enforcement presence to reassure transit riders that we are providing safe public transportation. Similar to the Here to Help campaign and other past efforts, we will be providing a high visibility presence during peak ridership times, focused on blended data for hotspots in transit centers and LRT stations, as well as on LRT vehicles themselves. During the evening and late evening times, the focus will shift to higher acuity issues guided by EPS crime statistics predominantly. As previously discussed, this project will use an incident command system model, at least for kind of front-end loading of the planning, meaning that we will be conducting a joint forces operation between EPS and the Community Standards Branch, using managers and leaders from both groups to accomplish a shared deployment strategy. The ultimate goal of this project is to create sustainable and integrated service delivery model for public safety throughout our transit network. Given that we do not currently have the same number of proactive TPO resources available to us as the EPS tracks teams, the EPS members dedicated to transit, we will be pulling from our patrol resources as well as our transit community action teams to ensure seamless collaboration and coordination with the EPS. Now that may put some initial pressure on us, especially from a response outside of this operation, which we may have to cover through, again, that overtime resource draw. We have, however, designed the operation with the proposed option 4 in mind from this report to ensure that it becomes kind of a sustainable and standard operation over time. And with that, I'll turn it back to Carrie.
Thank you, David. So the next couple of slides just give context about the use of the Commissioner Security Guards. Firstly, I want to thank both the transit peace officers and our commissioners for the work they've been doing. They've been on the front lines, providing support to our control center, to riders, staff, and contractors, and they've been helping to keep our assets and infrastructure secure. So commissioners, again for context, they communicate directly via their phones with our ETS control center. So they make reports and request emergency responses so we can get the right resource dispatched for that particular event. Last year, they were responsible for 53% of the calls into the control center, so almost 10,000 reports in 2024. They provide direct support and act as the eyes and ears in the station. So they provide verbal instructions to individuals. They can de-escalate to redirect behaviors whenever possible. And again, they take instructions from the control center. They assist riders, such as when riders need assistance. So that might be if a rider has an injury or a medical incident. And they've been administering naloxone and suspected drug poisoning overdoses in our facilities. So in the first 2 months of this year, they've administered naloxone 207 times, and for the full year in 2024, administered it 524 times. So there's been quite a sharp increase in 2025. The types of security reports that they make, just again to give some examples for context, so things like right-of-way trespassing, reports of property damage, break-and-enter activities, assaults, medical incidents, reports of drug use, as well as maintenance issues. The most frequent reports from them relate to reports of open-air drug use, trouble with persons, bylaw complaints, medical incidents, and requests to check on the welfare of persons in the space. We want to be really clear that the discussion today about reallocating the budget to transition to other measures is not an indication of them not meeting contractual or operational expectations of obligations. It really is for us about exploring options to further evolve our approach and look for additional ways to sustain the progress we've made and make further improvements. Next slide. So who performs these roles? So the commissioners of Northern Alberta aim to hire veterans and former RCMP members. There's currently 15 military veterans working in the ETS contract, as well as 2 working as contract managers. Their staff also represent, in some case, marginalized communities. Commissioners hold a security services license from the province. They have specialized training through provincial curriculum, as well as some additional training specific to working with the city. So their training includes things like security procedures related to patrolling, access control, surveillance and reporting, communication skills, de-escalation training, emergency procedures, and how to work through related situations, and then first aid as well as naloxone training. Next slide. So now we're going to get into the options. So as mentioned, the report outlines options to address the motion. These options are presented within the ETS base operating budget. So $5 million annually is used for the Commissioner security guards at 19 of 43 stations across the network. There are no tax levy impacts from the proposed changes. And to reallocate the funding, the equivalent amount would be reduced from the Commissioner budget, reducing the number of stations that have coverage. There are a few foundational considerations when assessing each option, and you'll see in the report we presented both benefits and trade-offs for each option. So we're thinking of things like available budget, the sustained impact on addressing safety and security through a reduction of incidents, and increased perceptions of safety. In addition to these considerations, each option provides some details about what we can anticipate. Next slide. So there's 5 options outlined in the report. They can be considered independently or in different combinations. So the first option is about a station activation plan. We've revised the scope and have an estimate that has been reduced from the last time we talked about it in a previous report. So the estimate is $200,000 in order to advance the station activation plan. The second option is about a station attendant program. Again, we've revised the scope, and I'll describe it in a future slide. And the estimate is $1.6 million of the budget. The third is about implementing an enhanced downtown TPO deployment plan, and that would come at a cost of $1.8 million. And then the fourth option is about taking that approach, but an enhanced citywide TPO deployment plan, which is at a cost of the full budget, so the $5 million. And then lastly, we talked about automated passenger counters for our SD160 LRT fleet, and that would be on a one-time basis, $720,000, and I'll go through them individually. Okay, so for this one, our station activation plan was first discussed in a report in the fall of 2023. We've revised the scope to staff the function with existing positions within ETS as well as Social Development Branch, which helps reduce the costs. The plan would increase experiential and interactive experiences in our spaces for riders, add more artwork, and explore more partnerships with businesses as well as community groups. It would lead to more rider engagement, artist, and community opportunities within our spaces. When this item was presented in 2023, it was about identifying other actions that the city could undertake to further enhance transit safety and security, and it was never intended as a replacement for an existing safety and security measure. By removing commissionaires from stations in order to fund this option, we might see an increase in the drug poisoning overdose activity and security-related incidents at the related stations that would no longer have coverage. This option, so the second option, is about station attendance. So also revisits an item from the October 2023 report and reduces the scope to focus on the rider segments that would benefit the most from having in-person customer service support. So we're speaking about infrequent transit riders who may be using the service near or around the weekends. This role would be performed by staff at 7 locations where occasional riders would most likely enter the transit network and most likely need support with things like trip planning, faring, and wayfinding. To keep staff safe, they would work in pairs throughout their shifts. The plan could help improve fare compliance, encourage more ridership from occasional riders, and would align with positions that are found in some other large Canadian transit services. The size of the trial might limit the effectiveness and positively impacting perceptions of safety and security. When this item again was presented in 2023, similar to the previous item, it was about identifying other actions we could undertake to further enhance transit safety and security and wasn't intended as a replacement for an existing measure. And similarly, by removing commissionaires from stations to fund the option, we might see the trade-offs of more drug poisoning overdose activity and security incidents might increase at the related stations that no longer would have the coverage. So option number 3 is about removing commissionaires from 5 downtown stations, and the funding used would be used and put forward for an enhanced downtown transit peace officer deployment plan. So this would expand our TPOs from 96 positions to 108. They would provide greater enforcement presence in the stations that have had a high call volume for incidents. This option responds to community feedback about asking for more enforcement and more security measures. It will also reduce the amount of travel time for TPOs. It may deter security incidents from happening, and we could see similar results to what David described from the Here to Help campaign. It moves away from having a resource statically deployed at the station, so there might be a slight increase in risk related to the drug poisoning overdose activity. And as well, commissionaire duties now would be performed by TPOs, which technically would be completed at a higher cost. Commissionaires, as we've discussed before, are the lowest cost security-related resource in the network. So option number 4, in this scenario, all of the commissionaires are removed from all of our stations, and we use the budget to fund a citywide enhanced TPO deployment plan. So TPOs in this situation would grow from 96 to 126 positions, and the number of teams would expand. So this will provide more support from TPOs to better align with Edmonton Police Service teams that have been dedicated to transit. It expands the benefits from option 3 to the entire network. So all of the commissionaires deployed in transit, as I said, are removed in this scenario to fund this plan. The option expands the hours of service and number of TPO teams assigned to LRT, doubles the TCAT teams to 4, grows the number of trained teams from 1 to 4, and just provides much broader support across the network. With this option, we achieve a shift in resource allocation to be approximately 50% proactive teams, ensuring we can sustainably deliver some of the benefits we saw from past efforts, again, like the Here to Help campaign, as mentioned. And we're getting to the end. So this last option is about one-time funding requests to purchase automated passenger counter equipment, as I mentioned, for the SD160 light rail vehicles in our high-floor LRT service. So this would enhance our ability to track boardings and ridership across the transit network. This would complete the use of APCs to report our boardings and ridership. So while it might not seem obvious, APCs can provide greater insights about both peak and off-peak usage that can be reviewed in parallel with our safety and security related data to identify key transit needs. This is a benefit for transit safety and security because our data can be cross-checked with safety incidents to look for patterns and trends. As an example, with fewer boardings after 10 p.m., we can adjust the length of train cars to reduce the risks associated with less natural surveillance from not having high ridership at that time. It also aligns our methodology with more modern practices for ridership analytics and reporting. The Canada Public Transit Fund opportunities, as we've discussed, will be brought forward starting with the fall SCBA to access the first year of funding, and this is an eligible item in the baseline stream. So within the existing base budget, administration will phase out the use of commissionaires at transit facilities and implement option 4, creating an enhanced citywide deployment for transit peace officers. That means by the end of 2026, we will have 126 TPOs, growing from having 96 today. In addition, we'd like to advance a CPTF-related request for the APC equipment, and we're going to pursue grant funding opportunities to trial a station activation plan. These investments can improve perceptions of transit safety and security, provide a more consistent rider experience, and provide the most direct benefits for sustaining progress and further driving improvements. So this brings us to the end of the presentation. As noted, yesterday was National Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day. Thank you so much to all of you for showing our teams, as well as our service partners, lots of appreciation. They work around the clock to keep our city moving, and as I've said before, I continue to be really proud to work alongside each and every one of them, including my colleagues with me today. Thank you, and we're happy to take your questions.
Well, thank you so much for such a comprehensive report, and once again, congratulations to everyone for the Transit Operators and Workers Day. We did a protocol yesterday. Yep. This was, who exempted this? Sorry. Councillor Stevenson, you want to go?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll get started with a motion on the floor. So I'm going to move that administration reallocate portions of the existing ongoing funding for commissioners, including one, $200,000 to implement option 1 as outlined in the March 18th, 2024 City Operations Report CO 02718. Part 2 to allocate 1.8 million to implement option 3, and 1.6 million to implement a safety attendant program to be deployed at downtown hotspot locations during station opening times, with the remainder of the budget used towards retaining commissioner presence in priority locations.
Second.
So that was Councillor Paquette, right?
That's right.
Okay, got it. Okay. Please make the introduction.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you to administration for coming forward with such a great range of options. And thank you also for acknowledging, I think the very important work that the commissioners have been doing in our transit spaces. As you mentioned, this is really about evolving that approach. And I'm happy to talk through what I have put forward. So I think just as is reflected in our delegation, safety is a really integrated and holistic endeavor. And for me, the opportunity to explore a multitude of these options is really the best way to get the most out of our investment and tackle as many of these elements as possible. So the options have been very well described in the presentation and in the report, but I did just want to speak a little bit to point 3 in my motion, which is a bit of a variation on a theme. I referenced a safety attendant here. The intent of this role would be a hybrid. So in addition to some of the services and support that commissioners are already providing, including reporting incidents, calling for enforcement when needed, encouraging appropriate behavior and de-escalation, these roles would also include some spot cleaning, recognizing that cleanliness is a major driver of safety perceptions. They would continue administering naloxone, as we've seen in the report. And these roles would also interact and greet users and support riders with ARC cards and directions. So sort of a hybrid security guard, station attendant, and again, sort of supportive cleaning activities in the stations. Very happy to receive questions and talk about this further. I think there's certainly, some give and take in terms of where exactly some of the remaining funds go. But look forward to that discussion and a holistic approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have questions to administration, Councillor Stevenson?
I do have a few quick questions. So I think where to start. One question I wanted to dig into with option 3, and I think 4 it mentions as well, is prioritizing PISA officer presence during peak hours. Just wanted to understand that a little better, because I think it was referenced how having more people on the system is some of that natural surveillance can build in some of that sense of safety. Whereas I've actually been hearing a bit more from folks in non-peak hours. So when stations are a bit more isolated, I'm feeling like that's maybe what I'm hearing is a time when people do want to see more enforcement presence. So just wanted to hear a little bit more about that approach and how that supports.
Sure.
And my time hasn't started, and I'm going to dock myself a minute if we can get started at 4 minutes.
Well, there goes my filibuster. So I think there are a couple of things. One, we've reported that, and there's 2 aspects to safety. There's actual safety and then perceived safety. And I think we've reported that with the work that we're doing in conjunction with the EPS, we see actual safety numbers improving. And I think one of the things that I think it was Councillor Paquette a couple weeks ago pointed out that we've sort of flatlined on that perception of safety. And one of the things that we hear is we never see the TPOs, which when you look at especially attachment 3 and the number of people that we're able to sort of field at any one time, it's not a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise with the size of network that Carrie described earlier and the number of people that we have, that people won't see our people unless they're sort of deployed in a static fashion, which is what we're suggesting for those peak ridership times. So that's more about the perception of safety than it is the safety. And I'd remind you that, the EPS tracks team is out from sort of 7 in the morning until early morning hours, and our operation is a 24/7 operation, and so we are there all the time. I think this is just a shift in putting the focus on making sure that people see us, people feel that, maybe we can improve that perception of safety through these much more concerted efforts.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I think just in terms of that scale of presence, so I think option 4, which administration came forward with recommending, saw an increase of about, I think it's 30 TPOs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so I'm just looking, again, option 3, which I've brought forward, that's 12 positions. And then I think you referenced as well that there will be about another dozen in the tracks team as they fully staff up.
I can't speak for the EPS plans on their membership, but certainly that means 12 more TPOs. And again, that option 3, as Carrie mentioned, really focuses our attention specific to the downtown core, and we wouldn't have the resources maybe to get to the South Gates and North Gates and Clairviews and that kind of thing in the way that we'd like to.
And so I will confess a bit of uneasiness with my own motion, because I think if we do look at the top stations, there are stations outside of the downtown that actually rank higher than Corona or Bay Enterprise. So do you think that there's value? I know that I think option 3 is really centered around creating like a really visible impact in a limited number of stations. Do you feel that those need to be confined to the downtown, or again, can they be more data-driven in terms of the number of incidents?
Well, I think that would be the goal, but I think with the numbers, I know I've said in the past that we probably have a deficit of about 75 FTEs for our TPO cadre. This gets us to 30, and the way that the team put together what you saw in attachment 3, I think was within the constraints of the 30 additional TPOs, was really quite thoughtful in the way that we flipped to be 50% proactive, and then we'd be able to get to all of those locations in a really data-driven way, whereas with the 12, we needed to find some limitations. We know 2 of our hottest spots over time are downtown, and so that's really where we would try to start focusing our efforts.
Sure. Well, certainly open to colleagues who may wish to nuance or amend any portion of that, but specifically just looking at the hottest spots for the stations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, very comprehensive. Is there anybody from EPS here to take questions?
There isn't, not today.
Okay, then this might be rhetorical. I was at a presentation last night where a police officer was present that outlined a program that the police are starting. I'm not sure if it's the same thing or not, if it overlaps, but effectively they're looking at hotspots within their divisions. So in the Southwest Division, they're looking at the hotspots of crime that they want to sort of apply, a 90-day hard emphasis on. And the 2 top hotspots in Southwest Edmonton are Southgate Station and Century Park. Is this ringing any bells with you, or is that a question better asked of EPS?
It's probably better with the EPS, but I know that they're looking at those hotspots and the ramifications for the neighborhoods around them as well.
Yes, yeah. So that's not part of Operation Unify then, to your knowledge?
Maybe done in conjunction, but not specific to Operation Unify.
Not
correct.
specifically, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll leave that alone then. So I heard then, this is what I heard in your presentation. The Here to Help campaign was a real indicator that when there's more people present, there's a higher perception of safety. People see you. Is that fair? Yeah, I don't want to mischaracterize what you were saying.
Yeah, I think anytime we can be proactive in spaces, being really intentional about high visibility presence, it has a significant effect on any calls for service, where we know that if it's just a matter of racing from call to call to call, what we're doing is we're spending our time in vehicles paralleling the transit network and, you know, not being effectively in those spaces in order to show that visible presence where it actually will interrupt things before they happen rather than just responding to it. So, I mean, it's more than just people seeing us to feel reassured. It's also, we know that it has an effect on our calls for service, obviously, with Here to Help and other past.
It's more proactive than reactive, or at
Yes.
least shifts the needle a little bit.
Yes.
And Councillor
that's
Cartmel, it's
the
Jen
whole goal.
Flaman over here. If I can just quote a few of the stats from our memo that we sent to Council, where as a result of this particular deployment over only 16 days, we had a 33% decrease in high priority calls at those 8 target locations. We had a 25% decrease in high priority calls across the entire network compared to the year previous. We had that residual effect noted after the campaign, showing reduced high priority events for at least 5 weekdays following, and a 10% improvement in TPO response times. So I think there is also a perception, but actual some data that demonstrates a decrease in the call for service.
So in some of that data set, you know, for 5 days or 7 days or a week, I didn't quite catch it all post event, but then it started to rise again, is what I'm inferring from that.
That's correct. That's why a sustained approach that we can carry on basically as operational business as usual is going to be much more important than these short-term bursts. I mean, we can show that the short-term bursts work, and then if we're able to get to a staffing level where we can maintain that, then, you know, in theory, if the stats play out the same, we continue to interrupt those calls for service.
So that sounds like more permanent TPOs we can add, the better.
I mean, there's going to be a ceiling there somewhere. I don't want to be too greedy, but yeah, absolutely. That's why I talked about that 75 FTE deficit that we have in order to do some of this. So 30 would be monumental, I think, in today's financial state, and being able to find it within the budget is helpful, I think.
So I have a couple questions just about the dollars available. It sounds like we might have another alternative source for the people counters. There might be something coming, yeah?
Yeah, I think through the Canada Public Transit Fund conversation, we can explore options, I think, within that fund. We have to wait and see how it all shakes out over the next few months, but.
Would we have enough dollars to execute option 4 and option 1 as opposed to the motion on the floor? Is there enough money to do both of those things?
So option 1 about station activation, we'd like to do some research on grant opportunities. So I don't think that necessarily needs to come from the commissioner budget.
Sounds like option 4. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Just on that activation, we're doing some now, and how much would you say we're spending on that?
Yeah, it's not a lot. I'd say the intent behind actually doing a trial of a full plan is it would be more thorough, more locations, more different
Comprehensive,
types.
yeah.
We're doing these kind of one-off things that come up through essentially grant opportunities. And Sarah can speak in a bit more detail.
No, it's okay. I think I just want to kind of get that general gist, and if there's that grant opportunity, you know, I'm assuming this year, we'll love to see that opportunity being pursued. On the attendance, noticing that they're more for off-peak, is that for some of the same rationale that I heard David talk about?
So our assessment of that option was thinking about if you have a station attendant whose purpose is about customer service support, you know, trip planning, wayfinding, et cetera, what is the rider segment that's helpful for? And it's really those occasional users. When do occasional users use transit? Typically special events, social activities.
Yeah.
So we were thinking it would be probably the 4 days around a weekend.
Okay, that makes sense. And then maybe potentially filling in a bit of those additional eyes for those
Exactly.
hours.
That's what we were thinking.
My understanding is that in this motion, that third piece, there is an expectation of light cleaning, but also naloxone deployment. Do you have that understanding?
That was my understanding as well.
Yeah. I mean, I am a little bit worried. I'm very worried that if we kind of if with option 4, we take away all of the commissionaire, we'll have less TPOs, less coverage, and we could potentially see drastic decrease. I'm not seeing the addiction crisis like waning anytime soon, and so I'm pretty worried about that. How does this line up with our drug poisoning crisis approach out of social development?
So I know we have Connie on the line virtually. Connie, did you want to jump in?
Yes, absolutely. There are some efforts that we've been putting in underway in the transit stations, and we do have a specific community safety liaison assigned to transit who will continue some of those activations and explore additional opportunities with different partners and groups in the area.
When you say other groups, are we talking about community outreach teams, mutual aid teams, that kind of stuff, or?
Not necessarily specifically, because our CSLs don't do outreach work in particular. Okay. However, they have been going for walk-alongs with them just to help identify locations that are a little bit more vulnerable to social disorder.
I think I'm just worried that doesn't really offer the coverage that like the whole that the commissioners would create if we take this away. Okay,
I will add that at a high level, we're also my branch, social development and fire, are in active conversations with EMS about their role in all of this, because the number of naloxone deployments that we have, that's a medical response and something that
absolutely,
you know, we need to figure out how AHS comes into play as well.
Yeah, I guess I just don't want to create a sudden gap. On option 3 versus 4, if you were to go with what's outlined here, David, with option 3, and you focus on the hotspots in downtown and say those locations ease up, would you have the ability to then redeploy elsewhere outside of downtown?
Yes, I will say that hotspots remain very durable over time, and so it will take a concerted amount of effort to make sustainable change in any of those hotspots. So I don't want to promise that after 6 months, if calls are down, we're gonna shift, because we'd probably just see a flare up again. And so that's something that we're always monitoring our data and working with the EPS with their data on you know, where are the most troublesome spaces.
Yeah, and I think that's my concern about kind of being spread too thin. In your presentation about Operation Unify, you need option 4 to sustain that. If this were approved, I don't see that happening. Correct?
The motion on the table?
Yeah.
That's correct. We'd have to go back to the drawing board and see how we would have some sort of dialed back approach.
And now how long have you been planning for the Operation Unify?
Well, I think the mayor had a call with Minister Ellis about 6 weeks ago, and since then we've been at the planning table
6 weeks,
with the
great.
EPS.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We've been doing that far before the call.
Yeah, I will say this has been part of, you know, we had a report probably about 18 months ago about, you know, additional proactive measures that we could take from an enforcement perspective. And
excellent. Okay.
This has all been in the background.
Yeah, I'll come back for another round.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Salvador?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, really appreciate the motion on the floor. I wanted to just dig into some of the questions related to option 3. I think, you know, for me, I'm struggling with like the downtown only deployment strategy, because when I look at some of the data that's available, not only in attachment 1, but when I look at EPS's LRT and transit dashboard, stations like Coliseum or Southgate are quite high up on that list. So I guess, yeah, what would it look like to provide direction that it's not just solely based on those 5 downtown select locations, but is based on occurrence and incident data? And I'm thinking of, you know, is there maybe a threshold where we say that we'll prioritize stations based on, you know, if they're above X number of incidents? Yeah, so that's where my mind is at, but just wanted some additional thoughts on that front.
Sure, I'm not sure we need any direction. That's the process that we use already with respect to calls for service, especially with respect to the severity. What I would say is the EPS data captures there. I think in 2024 they responded to about 3,500 calls for service in transit. the TPOs attended about 70,000, so we have a fairly rich data set. And over a 5-year period, we know that 4 or 5 stations caused about 60% of our call volume. The top 2 of those consistently were in downtown. And so when we're pushed on, you know, if you can't have the full meal deal of option 4, then we have to dial that back. And if we're going to dial that back, then we're going to look at just our top 2 most acute locations with some, you know, residual that's close by, so that it doesn't take a lot of time getting back and forth. And so that's the rationale there. Do the Coliseums and the Southgates also need some attention? Sure they do, and maybe we can do that with some of our patrol response, but you know, if we're limiting our TCAT abilities, then we have to prioritize by sort of you know, by rank ordering the severity of the different stations.
And Councillor, if I can just add for clarity, to fund that option, I have to pull the 5 kind of downtown locations. Commissioners would come out of those locations. But as David noted, they have a high call volume, so TPOs spend a lot of time there. So I think the risk is low, but that's where the money would come from for the 1.8.
Right. I guess. Okay. So is it fair to say that limiting to the 5 is also it's limited by geographic ability to actually hop between those 5 stations? And extending out to a Coliseum or Southgate, is that a limiting factor?
I think it's a limiting factor based on the calls for service that we get and the staffing components that are built into option 3. Yeah. I mean, I know Carrie talked about growth that we've had over the last 4 years, but when we look at our call volume, it has exceeded that growth, so we're actually further behind than we were based on our calls for service volume and the staffing component that we have.
How closely does calls for service data line up with occurrence counts from EPS?
I think they've seen similar growth, but like I mentioned before, they still go to a fraction of the events that we address in transit.
Right. Okay, I'm still, and I apologize, but I'm still feeling somewhat uncomfortable with I guess that discrepancy, because again, based on occurrence data from EPS, Coliseum and Southgate, they are top of the list, and I'm wondering what it would look like to take a purely occurrence-based approach where we are prioritizing our resources based on those occurrences.
Well,
and sorry, you have 20 seconds, but I might have to come back.
So what I would add is I'm not suggesting what the EPS will do with their tracks teams. They may reach out to those areas because those are their more acute locations. But when we look at our data, our 2 most acute locations are in downtown. And with a limited number of resources, we would just have to control how much we're able to do in order to try to maximize the actual effect in the community.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Knack. I have some questions kind of similar to what my colleagues have stated. If in regards to downtown, specifically in option 3, downtown being noted, if downtown is a hot spot anyways, why would it need to be in this motion? Can it not just be hotspot?
So I will say it already is. We're already trying to cover some of these locations. I think the additional pressure would be, as Carrie mentioned, if the commissioners are coming out of the downtown core, then we have to replace that with another option to treat those same security issues. And so that's why there would be a centralization of the TCAT services to downtown in order to interrupt those hotspots that we see there.
Right, and I guess my point is that since it is a hot spot, maybe we don't need to specifically single out downtown as its own entity because it is a hotspot already. So I think it's more appropriate if we would just have it as option 4, which is all hotspots. So kind of that would be my preference. Anyways, I'm going to go on because I do have other concerns. One thing that Councillor Stevens had mentioned, which I was also going to, was about focusing during the peak ridership times. And I understand the reasoning behind it is so that, more people will be aware that we are there. However, that's not where we're hearing the biggest concern. We are hearing the biggest concern when it's not peak times. And that's personally speaking for my family as well. So even though we may not get as much recognition, if we're doing off-peak hours, I still think that's where we need to focus, is on the off-peak hours. Because even though we don't get the recognition, that's not what we're doing it for. We're doing it because we have to make sure people are feeling safe. And personally speaking, my daughter will take LRT during peak hours, but not off-peak hours. So I think I would like to see more of a focus on off-peak hours. Do you have anything to reply to that?
Yeah, perhaps I can clarify. We're not saying we are only focusing on peak hours. What we're saying is we're already covering 24/7. The EPS is covering about 20 hours a day, I think, across the transit network with patrol and proactive response. What we're looking at is increasing our focus on those peak hours to not for recognition, but for the public legitimacy that then would drive, that ridership perception of safety survey, to make sure that we move the needle on kind of the public rhetoric, but also on how safe people feel. And we know that has an impact. And so you're right, we still need to focus on times outside of that, on the off-peak hours, et cetera, because we do see, and that's why with the current Operation Unify, we're focusing on where the EPS says our most acute locations are in the off-peak hours, and we've added in that piece to this puzzle. But certainly, I think we need to ensure that people are also seeing us when they're using transit regularly, because it may drive some of that additional off-peak time.
Okay. I'm hearing a lot of concerns about Northgate Center, even Eau Claire as well. And my concern is if in option 3, downtown is one of the focuses, I am concerned, even though those areas may be a hotspot, I am concerned that they may not get as much attention as it deserves because of downtown being singled out as a priority. Is that how you see option 3?
I think those are the calls that we have to make with a finite amount of resources, and yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, and then just one other quick thing in regards to number 1 is that this is something that, Arts Council has been involved in and can be a part of, and maybe this isn't necessarily the place to be discussing the animation. Maybe that is something that we could be working on more with Arts Council. And that's it for me for now.
Thank you. We're going to do a quick agenda discussion, and so we won't do any more questions before the break. We'll go to the clerk and see.
Thank you so much. So just a friendly reminder that this item will be tabled and we will come back to it after council goes back to deal with item 7.7, which has already been set for time specific. Still a few more items in public to get through, and there are 3 remaining in-camera items. The city manager will let us know early this afternoon which of those items are sort of in a priority order, because it's unlikely that you're going to get through all of those by 5 o'clock. But if I had to put money on it, I would guess that the trees will be discussed this evening, as well as the downtown workspace optimization and the Windspear expansion project. Unless there is alternative direction from
yes,
council.
Unless there's alternative direction. So yes, you could technically click on if you wanted to provide
Let's
alternative
not lose
direction.
this. Let's not lose
Yeah, we'll
this.
have to ignore that list and clear the board for a second.
Raise your hand.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson has raised her hand, so I'll just go to her for.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it's not ideal, but I've been wondering if 7.8 and 7.9 could be put over to our next meeting.
Is that to the?
Who would that be to?
Is that to our city manager?
Why don't we make that decision after the break? But
Sure.
we can look at that.
Okay.
Are there any other things that you are thinking about?
Yeah, I think there's a few that might, so what I would suggest for council then is, yeah, if you have items that you're thinking you might want to postpone, do a quick check-in with our team right now. We'll break a few minutes early here right away so that you can do that, and then we can be ready to discuss the agenda when we come back from lunch, although I think we're starting back.
Can you just say them out loud, because it's really helpful when all the
So
councillors
I've heard
are aware of what's going on.
7, 8, and 7, 9 potentially. Councillor
Yep.
Wright, you had one? You had 9, 2 you were thinking is maybe a possible one to delay. Anyone else had any?
I'm not, we'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, we're not, you said you just wanted to say out loud. Did anyone else have anything out loud that they wanted to flag? No? Okay, so those are the three that maybe we can confirm about. And are we starting 7-7 in camera? Did we? Yes, yes. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a motion to go into camera.
That'd be very helpful.
Just before the lunch break, so we can
So
start.
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to go into camera.
Just give MJ 2 seconds.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't tell her I was going to do this.
That was we were surprising people on it, keeping everyone on their toes.
We're just loading it into the system, and we'll keep this list here for when we return to this item. Marsohi, are you with us virtually? Well, Mark Marsohi absent. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
You're in favor?
In favor of going in camera, yes.
Okay, Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette? Thank you. We have all the vote.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. So we are on recess until 1:30, at which point we will be beginning in private on item 7.7. Thanks, everyone.
We're back online.
Thank you. I actually do have one last quick set of questions, and so this is Councillor Paquette, though. So, Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just a quick question. For the financial component, I think Edmontonians might be interested in understanding how long it would take for the city to be made whole on the city's contribution to these potential projects.
So, based on the entire list that's included in attachment 3, we project to be whole by 2044 in the medium scenario. If you're asking,
yeah, in the medium scenario. Okay, so that's 19 years. So it's a bit of time. Okay, and then so just for clarity for the public, if this passes, what it effectively does, it just moves the conversation forward a little bit more, indicates to the province, like, yeah, we're willing to bring this to the public, and then it would go to a public hearing. Is that right?
yes, once it's through the municipal affairs process and receives cabinet approval, it comes for a public hearing.
And that's the point where the public can sort of make their concerns or their support known to council.
Correct.
In a public forum.
And Councillor Paquette, I'd also add that through executive committee of this report, there was an opportunity there for the public to share their comments.
Okay, yeah. But I guess I just really want to stress to the public that this decision is not the final decision, and that the public will have an opportunity to weigh in, because that sort of public engagement transparency is so important on the local level that I think maybe sometimes gets lost on the provincial and federal level, that we really need to do this, and we value this public input. So just want to make that crystal clear.
That's correct. There will be a 28-day notification period and a public hearing held with City Council related to the CRL plan and bylaw.
Right. So in effect, a vote for this is a vote for opening up a portal for the public.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn the chair over to Councillor Salvador, if possible.
Hi, the chair.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. There we go. So just one last financial question, and wanting to get a sense, and maybe this would come as part of the public hearing process. Let's, for the sake of the discussion, say we are facing the low growth scenario, or even the medium growth, actually. I don't really care which scenario. How quickly does that money start going out? So like we have a list of projects on attachment 3 that say that total a certain amount of money. We're not going to fund them all on year 1 of the extension. Do we have a sense based off those scenarios of how much is available to us on year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? So if I want to do attainable housing, but somebody else wants to do the event park, and the event park's chosen first, how long will it take before I could start funding something like attainable housing? Do we have we done that analysis yet, or would that come as part of the public hearing?
So we have the medium scenario where we've projected the build out of the plant of the village and the event park based on timelines provided by OEG, and we use that in the modeling. So much can change though. Interest rates can change. What council decides to do with other projects. Like, it's very tough to say, here's where we are and here's where we're going to be in 4 years, which is why we bring an annual update each year to council so they can see the positioning before the budget discussions.
Yeah.
So that they can have an informed management of the CRL each year as we go. So we do have a scenario. We have to have a scenario. We have to provide it to the GOA in terms of what we think will be most likely in 2044. Most of that is based on the build-out plan that's been provided by OEG.
So I guess the question I'm trying to understand, and again, if we don't have it now in front of me, I want to know, let's assume the top 3 priorities, which are the things the provincial government has provided an announcement for, are the first 3 things funded. At what point in this modeling would I be able to start doing anything else on that list? And I know you have to adjust it every year, but I want to get a sense, high level, is it 3 years? Is it 6 years? Is it 10? Like, do you have a high level estimate you can give me right now? Or can I get that for the public hearing?
We can certainly bring it for the public hearing.
Okay.
The high level estimate, like it really depends on, I know I'm not answering the question directly, but it really depends on what the housing incentive, if that's the priority, looks like. Is it something where we're renting at per door, which I don't think we can do right now? Or is it something where incenting as a tax incentive rebate, in which case we would open up for applications, but it might be 3 or 4 years before any money goes out the door for that.
And
so
that's,
it really depends on program design when we get into more details.
Agreed, but I think it's just important information to help inform what the public is going to provide feedback on. So that's why I want it. So if we can get it at the public hearing, then I will happily take that at that appropriate time. I have an amendment, but maybe I'll just go through the rest of the questions because there's only 2 left on the board, if that's okay. No, I won't put it on the floor because I'll take 2 more minutes to refine it just to be sure. Actually, you know what? I'll ask a question to help me refine it before I do that, Ms. Petrin. So I think so we know that I believe there was a study that is not done by OEG, is that correct?
That's correct, an economic economic and public benefit study.
Okay. That is not a public document as of right now, right?
It's not public, it's referenced publicly, but not a publicly available document at this time.
Is that something, so when I asked about an independent analysis, whether that's led through administration or through a third party, assuming they would be willing to release most of that publicly, appreciating there's probably some confidential pieces, could that be what we do the independent analysis of so that the public could see both the original study and then our understanding of it?
Yes.
Okay, great. The second piece I wanted to, and this leads to that the last set of questions I just asked about the financial modeling, and maybe that's how, I think the second part of the motion was going to be an analysis, any type of analysis should include what current projects, so I'm just going to focus on what current projects are on that list and how they could be enhanced to provide the best overall revitalization. Because I want to get a sense, like, we're right now in the attachment, we're saying 85 million for the event park, 42 million for the ice district. They might be the best projects. What if we didn't do those and we took that money and put it into attainable housing? Would we get better bang for our buck? Would that achieve greater revitalization goals? I don't think I have that information yet. Could that be something we would have a sense of? I appreciate that each project's going to require some level of work, but want to get a sense of, we're sort of pre-committing this money, give or take at this.
And those are high-level budgets
Yeah.
to establish scope and scale of a project.
Yeah.
But that certainly gets refined as we develop program details and then come forward with a budget ask to advance a project. I'll pass
I'm
to
out of
Alyssa
time.
to-
I'm going to strict on myself, so I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few final questions. Just wanted to confirm, so we have, the servicing for Village at Ice District, Event Park, there's also the Brownfield Remediation and the Downtown Infrastructure Fund. Can you just confirm that each of those pockets is discrete and that if one project is accessing one, they're not able to access another?
So that would be in program design, but we can certainly make that programmatic decision when council approves the budget for those programs.
Great. And then just also wanted to confirm, the servicing for Village and then the more general downtown infrastructure funding and brownfield remediation. Am I correct in understanding that they offer comparable levels of support for those private landowners who may be wishing to develop in terms of addressing, again, some of that physical municipal infrastructure to help unlock the potential of their parcels?
Not sure I understand the question, I'm sorry.
Well, I think questions have been raised about, broader benefit throughout the downtown. For me, the Downtown Infrastructure Fund provides that, right? It's open to all property owners in the downtown who may be needing services or municipal infrastructure to support their development. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Great. I just noted, though, Village at Ice District services, the description that we have, and forgive me if I've missed it, it doesn't explicitly reference district energy, but the Downtown Infrastructure Fund does reference district energy. Can you just confirm that the village, I think that was a condition of the rezoning as well, that there will be work to connect them to the district energy system?
So we've had conversations with them about district energy, but I can't confirm if it's in their detailed plan or not. We've talked to them about it, but I'm not in a position to be able to confirm it.
And subsequent to the public hearing, as you've noted, Councillor Stevenson, on that conversation around district energy, that is being explored. So we would look to see how we account or coordinate on that as it relates to the budgets on the site servicing project.
Okay, so the intent is for it to be there, and it may be part of what is forming the envelope of funding to support servicing to those sites?
I think there's still more work to be done on the district energy side, but I know that the owner does have line of sight in terms of working with us, working with the city on what that looks like.
So there is a number attached to the servicing at Village. So my understanding that those numbers don't contemplate district energy?
Brett, can you confirm? I don't think they do contemplate a district energy line item in that rolled up number.
They do not.
Okay, so then where does that leave us? Yeah. If we decide that it's feasible to have district energy there, where would the funding come to support that? Would that just be the downtown infrastructure fund then?
It could come from downtown infrastructure fund, depending on the program design. It could also be, I'm not an engineer, so I might not get this right, but it could also be that some of the site servicing requirements change with the district energy component. So there might be some trade out. And then.
Okay, sorry, I'm so mindful of time, I apologize. Is there value then in us adding district energy to the broader description of site servicing for Village?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
We can take that back. I do recognize there's more work to be done as it relates to the downtown district energy system. So, the timing and staging in that we have to work through.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's just to make sure that, again, if we're going through the process of amending the CRL and we're describing what these projects are, just ensuring maximum flexibility by referencing district energy for down the line. Is there any contemplation of establishing a new baseline when we do the CRL extension, or do we maintain the 2014?
We maintain the 2014 baseline.
Okay, interesting. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So in attachment 3, projects are listed, Windspear will be added. There's no priority, you've told me. But yet Councillor Knack has said that the province's top 3, or the top 3 listed are the province's priority.
We can generalize that, yes.
Okay. But when we go, if this were to go ahead and have to come back then later for public hearing, what is the public hearing on? Just those top 3? Is it on all of them? Is it on just like?
So the public hearing is on all the projects. The prioritization of the projects is for council to decide. So the province may have their priorities and they may speak to such, but once the CRL plan is approved, it is up to council to decide where and when those funds are spent.
Okay, and then it's up to council to decide whether they want to go with those top 3 priorities that the province has signaled.
Correct.
Okay. I know. And then, I guess, because so those top 3 were also announced in with the Coliseum demolition and that. How would that feed into, like, would the public hearing also include the public's feedback on those?
No, Councillor, the public hearing is related to the CRL plan and the bylaw.
Just the CRL items, okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Okay, I think that's it, thank you.
Are you able to move a second round? So
I would love to move a second round.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor, so I can make an amendment. Councillor Rutherford, please vote. Although I don't actually know if you need to officially move a second round just to move an amendment if you're not asking questions. But anyways, let's vote. That's a question for another day.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. So I'll move an amendment that will serve as a point 2 to this motion. And that it says that, so the initial motion, point 2, would say that administration provide an independent, as determined by administration, analysis of the existing OEG study for the event park and site servicing as part of the public hearing process, and that the analysis include what current projects could be enhanced to provide the best overall revitalization of our downtown, as well as the high-level modeling of the timing of the CRL funding for projects in attachment 3 of the March 5th, 2025 UPE report.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack, would you like to introduce?
Yep, very briefly. So this is, well, 2 minutes anyways. So we've heard reference to the study. I think it's important that study be provided as part of the public hearing process. People should get to see what that looks like. Administration will determine whether they want to do an internal administration-led analysis or if they need a third party to do that analysis, because I do think we need to have a sense of how firm those numbers are and on all of the details. So that's the first part of the motion. The second part just expands a little bit on the last set of questions. In a world where there isn't all, the medium scenario would suggest you could fund all of those projects, but we can't fund them all in year one. Therefore, I'd like to understand what is the modeling of that financial scenario so that we know how we would even begin to prioritize. Because if you only have $100 million in year one and $50 million in year two, would that change how we would choose to prioritize? Would that change even what items we put on the list? I think that's an important question because I still have a lot of questions about the two particular items that are referenced in this amendment, but I'm happy to get that detail first before I sort of prejudge whether or not they should be added to a CRL list, and I think the public should have an opportunity to have all of that information in advance of the public hearing. I'll assume my time is out. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Jantz?
No, I don't know how I'm on the board.
No, okay. I'll just pause for a second to see if there are any further questions. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Salvador. I do have a question for administration. Would there be a cost associated with this amendment?
Councillor Principe, I don't believe so. The intent would be for administration to undertake the analysis. So I guess a cost in terms of our current resources, but
okay.
Not.
So there wouldn't be a consulting fee or anything like that?
There would not.
There wouldn't. Okay. And to the mover, Councillor Knack. Sorry, I wasn't aware that this was coming, so I'm just trying to get an understanding as to what the purpose, and I know you did introduce it, but I guess what is your concern? What do you think is missing?
Yeah, I think what I'm concerned about is these two projects that are being requested to be added have not had really any public discussion at this point. And I think for us to determine them as catalyst projects and for the public to determine as whether those are catalyst projects, I would like to, well, for me, I'd like to perform my due diligence to determine if that they should be added at this point. And I think it's important to have that information before the public or as part of the public hearing process, because otherwise what happens is if we don't get this information, the public, and I mean, I've started getting emails already from people saying, don't put money into this, but without any context. So is that a valid position to say don't put money into this without knowing whether or not it actually can produce an economic benefit, whether it can produce an overall benefit to the CRL? I'd like to see that level of detail, and I'd like the public to have that detail most importantly, so that they can provide us their best feedback possible.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Just a very quick question to the mover. The motion stated very clear, provide independent analysis. What do you mean? How does that independent analysis means to you? And when we finish this analysis?
Yeah, appreciate the question. So OEG has done a study, and not that I'm not at all casting aspersions on their study. It might be an excellent study, but to add something of this significance that could have that significant of a cost to a list of catalyst projects without us having determined if those numbers are 100% firm, I'd like to make sure. I think the public needs to have that. And so that's the idea, is just to be able to take that study. I would expect that, I don't see a reason why OEG wouldn't be willing to release a majority of that study, and why, and which I think would be very valid. And then admin can verify that information, and if it looks good, and then I think the public will have more information available to them when they're coming to that public hearing.
So the existing OEG study already done, right? That study already done.
It is.
And so what I heard from you, you said this study report is not released to the public at this point?
Correct. No, the public has not seen this study.
Okay, so public has not seen this study, and then right now the motion request administration do the analysis and then to keep independent. So I'm a little bit struggling to understand why this words needs to be there as independent as determined by administration. Can you explain a little more about that point?
Yeah, so when I say independent, it could have either have been led by administration or led by a third party hired by administration. I've heard administration is likely wants to do it themselves to save on overall costs, but if for some reason something arose that they felt they didn't have the ability to complete that internally, I want to make sure they have the ability to be able to bring on a third party. I think the goal is let them do it internally, but by leaving it that way, it gives them flexibility to respond as they're going over that next phase of work.
So because I heard Councilor Principal ask that question earlier, and then in terms of third party and for the hiring consultants, the answer we received is no, we will not hire the third party, like consultants to do this. This work will be done by administration. Then my question to you is, because the issue actually in front of us, is there some other timing issue? Do you think there is any, impact on the timing to meet that timeline by adding this work to there? So I just want to look at consideration.
My understanding, and you can clarify with administration, is no, this doesn't impact the timing of the public hearing process that is currently planned for June, but you can verify with them.
Yeah, I would suggest the same, Councillor Rice. We can accommodate this to advance the public hearing body of work.
Okay, so I just want this give to the public record. Thank you so much for all the answers provided. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Just confirming, Councillor Jens, you're
Yes.
back on?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. To the mover, this still sort of presumes, though, and if I were in favor of moving this forward, I certainly would support this. But I guess what I'm worried about, though, is this still presumes some sort of public investment is necessary. It doesn't I hear this about the arena deal. Oh, well, they did all this stuff. Yeah, they could have done it anyway and paid for it themselves. Like let's not conflate the deal with the thing, right?
Is that a question mark
Yeah,
at the end? Okay, sorry. Assuming, yeah, so if that's a question, I will say, speaking solely for myself as the mover of this motion, this to me does not at all presume that these projects are going to be added. I think this information is absolutely needed for the public to provide the best information. I have many concerns still about the overall notion of whether these projects should be funded in the first place. But I'm trying not to be overly difficult and allow at least the public to have access to this information before I make a decision one way or another. But the feedback I have heard overwhelmingly is that folks do not want those projects added, but I'm willing to at least let it get to a public hearing to see if there's additional perspectives that maybe I haven't considered to date.
But is it balancing against, like, yeah, if we gave $1 and then it generated a house and there was this uplift in this parking lot, that's great, but could that $1 have done more?
That's the point of part 2 of the motion, right? This says, what if in a world where the CRL cannot fund everything all at once, how do we ensure we're getting the best value for revitalization efforts in our downtown? I heard pretty clearly during executive.
But again, that presumes some dollars are going into this. Why does it require a public subsidy?
Some dollars are going into some projects downtown that are currently identified in a list. This could be one, and that would only happen if A, council after a public hearing process chose to add these projects to the catalyst list to finalize that, and then B, went through a project planning exercise to add that. So to me, we're even as somebody that has a lot of hesitation and would feel, if you had to ask me today, would I like to fund this or add this to the list, my answer would be no. But that's not really the question that we're being asked today. We're asking, can we bring this to a public hearing to get public feedback? The purpose of this motion says, get us far more information as part of that public hearing process before council as a body makes a decision to finalize that.
Could it also look at, because it's still focused on downtown though, like what if for the same dollar we could get 10 units of housing in the parking lot, but 20 units of housing in the quarters, or 40 units of housing on another plot altogether?
A lovely question, but the focus is on the CRL. So I while I would agree, and that would be a great conversation, that's not what's before us.
But shouldn't we have that baseline then, so then we can say, actually, we don't need the CRL because focusing too narrowly on downtown actually shorts our...
I think you would, my suggestion is that would be maybe a subsequent motion you can make, because we are the title of this report is about the CRL. That's the items before us. I think you raise a very valid point. Could you get far more bang in other areas? Very likely. That's not what we're being asked to respond to right now, and I don't think there's a way to develop a motion that does that related to a CRL report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Okay, this study that's out there that we don't know anything about, it wouldn't necessarily list all the, and I don't know, like all the items that are listed in attachment 3. Like,
Correct.
It's only going to focus on the analysis of their projects.
Correct.
So do we have any other information to compare that with? So that we're getting the same information on all the projects listed in attachment 3.
Currently, not to the same scope and scale.
Okay.
I think given the projects in the CRL plan, when we're doing those scenarios, we have to make certain assumptions about what may come first, what may come second, and to what extent will they offer that catalyzing, that uplift effect. And so that's based on just experience. So we've got the scenarios that have that. What I'm hearing in this work is we're going to make sure that that's clear to the public. And so you would have more coming forward to public hearing under this motion, but not to the same scope and scale that we would have under the OEG study.
Okay, and I guess to the mover, is that the reason why you didn't include that any of the other projects?
Well, and so I think where that starts, that question gets to be answered a little bit, maybe not in the same way as with the existing study, and that the analysis include what current projects could be enhanced. Because I would love to know, what if you took that same amount of money that's currently shown as the budget on those two and you put it all into attainable housing? Okay. Could you get a better bang for your buck? I realize they're not going to be able to do a detailed analysis in the same way, but at a high level, what if that gets you another 5,000 units of housing? Is that a better overall investment in our downtown versus whatever economic impacts or tourism impacts that the OEG event?
I think as the mover, you can't ask the question, but I will say yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have.
Wright, you're
Thank
done.
you.
Councillor Wright, are you
Yes,
wrapped up?
I'm done.
Sorry, I'm not.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor, nobody else is on the board. All right, if there's anyone to speak to this item, please sign up. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're just on part 2? Okay, no, sorry, I don't need to speak yet. Thanks, bye.
Okay, anyone to speak to the amendment? I would like to speak to this. Councillor Principe, could you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, thank you. I will be very brief, but I just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Knack for bringing this forward. I do think it's really important and provides us with an opportunity to just have a more informed public conversation when this comes to a hearing. Just given the amount of public interest I've already seen related to this conversation, I think the public deserves to have access to this information so that they can best provide their thoughts and perspectives. So that's all, but supportive of this. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back.
I'll give the chair back.
Thank you. Councillor Knack to close.
No, I'll speak to the main motion. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. And I will. Can I turn the chair back over to Councillor Knack? Is it in the room?
Yes, you can.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
I think we've exhausted all of the questions. I don't see anyone else on for questions. So now we'll speak to the main motion now as amended. So please feel free to click on to speak to the main motion. If anyone, I mean, I'm going to at some point, but. Councillor Wright?
Sure. Yeah, I have voted non-supporting on previous similar motions, but I think to include Windspear in the CRL and the community benefit that they provide to us, I think it's worthwhile to proceed with this. It will also trigger a public hearing, which I think is important for the public to be able to weigh in. So I will be voting in favor this time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just very briefly wanted to say how pleased I am to be moving forward with this, these recommendations, and particularly the addition of the Windspear. This is a very significant catalyst project in our downtown and specifically our arts district. So very pleased to see that moving forward. You know, I wanted to take a brief moment to, you know, again, I think the CRL is a great tool. I'm pleased to support its extension. And I think it's just important, though, to remember that the extension isn't necessary for us to do these projects. You know, Jasper Ave from 102nd to 109th Street is an arterial road in poor condition. And even if the CRL expired before it was funded, we could still pay for it. It would be a priority within the arterial road renewal work. Same with the LRT stations. That's part of our renewal deficit. But the benefit of extension is that we can do these projects with the benefit of education tax. So that's the value proposition that I think it offers, not just to downtown, but to the city as a whole in terms of finding another funding source for some of this essential infrastructure work that needs to happen. So look forward to further conversations. Oh, and I just want to thank Councillor Knack for bringing in the second part of this motion. I really appreciate this addition. I understand why Edmontonians have been feeling skeptical of this plan. They haven't had the opportunity to weigh out all aspects of the deal. And they may still, you know, on balance, feel that it doesn't weigh out for them. But what this motion helps to do is just to ensure that information is there for them to make that decision, that informed decision themselves. I think that we are able to demonstrate benefit, and I look forward to being able to have that robust conversation with Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time. You've even used Councillor Wright's time, and you're still finished on time. There we go. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair? Because I believe I'll be next.
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Similar to Councillor Wright, I am incredibly uneasy about this right now, but do not want to stop this from getting to a public hearing process. I like the addition of the Windspear. I think that's great. I have, and I've said over again, I have no problem with the extension of the CRL itself. I am very uneasy about at least two of the projects that we're having discussions about right now. which is part of why I wanted to introduce part 2 to this motion. I am worried that if we did a financial modeling of the CRL, that the things that most people asked for will not be funded if we fund the things that the province has offered funding for. And I'd like to believe that if enough Edmontonians and the same business community that came forward 2 weeks ago said our priority is absolutely attainable housing first and foremost because we need double the population living downtown, and that will actually have the meaningful impact on revitalization, that then the province would say, great, we're happy to let those other pieces go later on the list. I think there's a fear that if we say that the province is going to use that as a way to say, I'm out, you don't get any of the money. And so we need a very thorough and thoughtful public hearing process so that Edmontonians can speak very clearly on this. Because I do think, I've gotten a lot of emails and calls since this first came forward and, asked for a lot of feedback. And some folks were like, well, yeah, just hire more police officers or do these other things, not necessarily realizing that the money the province wants to give us is for infrastructure. And so, we can't put it to some of those things that they might want. So I do want to make sure we can have a little bit of that conversation and have some of that nuance. And I don't want to pick on this just for the sake of it, but I think when it looks to me like there are substantially more items on that list that will have a much more significant impact on vibrancy and safety and security in our downtown, I just am worried we are potentially heading down a path where it's almost like we were going to hit a point of no return, and we'll have no choice but to fund those things first that don't actually provide the public benefit that I think we need. So, and in a world of limited tax dollars, and in a world where, let's be realistic, I mean, I hope we're made whole of the $330 million. And get the, what is that, additional $224 million that we should be getting. But I just saw the provincial budget like I think everyone else did. That's not coming anytime soon. So if that's not coming anytime soon, how do we make sure we're maximizing that money? And I should note, the one thing I really do like in that provincial announcement was the Coliseum piece. That's a great opportunity, and I appreciate it's not part of the CRL piece right in front of us here, but I know that there's a bit of connectedness, and that's part of, I think, where the nervousness comes in, because if we say no to the event park and the site servicing, does that put at risk what is a really critical project? I think the final thing just on the site servicing is, again, I think we all want more housing. Maybe this is the best use of money to get us the most housing, but I do think we should then, we've done in the past, including during COVID, a construction grant that provided a lot of benefit, and we left it open-ended. We didn't pick specific development companies to work with. We let folks come forward and provide, essentially a suggestion of what they wanted to do. And we picked the best ones. And I worry that any money being set aside to fund one particular entity is really concerning on that as well. So this is why I will support this motion, because I think we need to have a thorough public hearing, because we haven't had this public dialogue in a meaningful way. But just with a great note of, there are two projects that I am extremely uneasy with and would need to see a lot more before I would actually considering adding that at a public hearing. Thank you. Oh, I guess I'll take back the...
And I'll return the chair.
Yeah, I'll take back the chair. Councillor Rutherford.
Whew, okay, I feel my heart racing in my chest. I have gone through every emotion today, flip-flopping back and forth. This is an example of a decision that is not straightforward. It has so many layers of nuance. For example, I really want to see our downtown thrive. I want to see investment in our downtown, and I think we are starting to see some of that work, but we need, we lost momentum because of the pandemic, and how do we get that momentum back? So I think about that. I think about the wind spear who's sitting in this room staring at me as I'm thinking about this decision. Hello. And how valuable that is as an entity in our arts district. And how, we need that project to proceed. But I also think about how we wouldn't be having this conversation on the extension of this. It wouldn't be entertained by the province. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if there weren't strings attached. So we're playing ourselves if we think that a public hearing is going to change that outcome, in my opinion, if I'm just being honest. Because it was these projects or no deal. So, you know, we have an MOU. So to then have a public hearing that says don't spend money on the things that are in our MOU, I always think about the harm that can cause from an intergovernmental perspective. And I think about, if I'm not going to entertain it now, but I say yes today for the sake of a public hearing, I create more turmoil and uncertainty with people knowing the position that I have on this, and I also create more animosity with the province that I don't want to create either, because I think that I would rather work with people that are straightforward with me and honest rather than leading me on. Because I think about bad relationships or bad dating experiences we've all had, right? So I can't do that either. I also think about where are we going to fit in time for a public hearing? Because I guarantee you, if we have a public hearing on this, it is not going to be a one-day public hearing. Absolutely not. And we already don't have enough time to finish our agendas as it is. And there is an imminent deadline coming up. I appreciate so much, and I supported the adding part 2, because if this motion passed, part 2 added is better than part 2 not being added to this motion. So of course, I want the public to always have as much information as possible to make to have the most informed conversation we can to get their perspective. And there are elements, but I don't think there will ever be elements that the public will fully ever know from conversations that we've had already. And that's sometimes part of the job, and that's the gig, right? Like, that's sometimes it is representative democracy, because we are here to take all of the information and understand the values of the residents that we serve and say, based on the best interest of Edmonton, based on the values that I know my residents want me to uphold, this is the decision that I'm going to make with all of the information that I have, which is sometimes more than what the public has. So I think for me, I am going to err on the side of leaning into my own values and not over-intellectualize this and say, at the end of the day, there are things that I cannot entertain in that extension. And they're not just even the ones with the OEG. They're also ones with the subsidies for the attainable housing. Because quite frankly, I don't think public dollars should be going towards private subsidies. So there's other things within there that I don't like either. So for those reasons, I will be voting no on the motion before us. If it passes, I will come in open-minded and open-hearted to a public hearing. But I don't want to give that false sense to our partners at the province right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm going to vote against this. I want to go back to a couple of points. Number one, I think we're operating under a false time constraint. We're in a time of enormous volatility right now. Tariffs, unprecedented trade war with our sibling to the south. It's a wild time. Even just something we could see on the price of steel could delay all kinds of different projects. Number two, this is not parity with Calgary. This has been billed by the Premier and others that, you know, the Premier wants to be ruthlessly fair. That was her quote. But yet, when we add up the math here, Edmonton is set to receive $183.4 million from the province, but that money is contingent on us, on the city, contributing $102.8 million through the CRL to... So Calgary's deal was grants, was not CRL. It's different. And again, this is what I said yesterday. Would you rather have a bag full of cash or a gift card? Calgary got the cash, and that's not fair. that means that we are going to be paying more education tax. Now, Mayor Soya said many times your taxes will not go up, and he's correct on the municipal, on your city taxes, but your education taxes are going up. And cynically, they're going up double, or more, they're going up twice, and here, not double, but twice. Here's why. Because the province in their budget just ratcheted up the amount of money that that your education property taxes are going to be paying. So I don't have our numbers yet, but in Calgary, they're going to be paying an extra $18 a month, and people are not going to see that. People are not going to understand that that's money that goes into general revenue for the province. It doesn't even go to the schools. It goes to general revenue, and then it gets allocated from there. But people are going to see their education property tax jumping up on their bill. They're going to think that's Edmonton City Council, and they're going to think that's because we now voted for a CRL to go to certain things. What we need the province to do is to go back, to look at fair taxation, to look at other revenue tools, to look at different pieces here, and not use this CRL mechanism, because there's other alternatives and that are better and more fair. And again, this goes back to another point. I just hate that we just keep getting penalized for education property tax when we have no control over that. People say, well, why are the education taxes going up, but yet we're not getting a school, class size, strike, blah, 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 right? We hear it. We have no control over it. That is not our table, but we are getting blamed for it, and that's a big frustration. So, again, I concur with Councillor Rutherford. This feels like we're kind of through the CRL. We're just trying to reverse engineer a mechanism to satisfy the needs of one private business interest, and I'm not okay with that. I don't believe the extension is necessary to do these projects. I believe that we can go back and, when we know Edmontonians' values. They're compassionate. They want us to house the homeless. They want great transit. They want nice spaces, festivals, fun things to do. They want to support the arts community. They want wonderful public infrastructure, and it just this feels like it just feels like theater, and it's so frustrating, and I'm still in disbelief that the Premier, going back to like all of the public statements from even back to 2015 when she was leader of the opposition, and all of the heck that the trouble that Edmonton went through with the arena debate at the time, then the province was so adamant they wouldn't give any money to that arena, and now we are paying money that could go to other downtown projects for debt servicing payments on the current arena. And people could say, well, yes, the OEG has been a great partner. They did what they said. They said what they built this stuff. They built that stuff. It's generated revenue. They could have done it with their own money. They didn't need the public subsidy. We haven't really had that conversation about why the public money is there in the first place. And I just feel like this is, again, through the CRL mechanism, marching towards that. That's incredibly frustrating. And yeah, I'll yield my time there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So I really value what our colleagues have already spoken about. And I would say that they're not wrong. However, and there's a big however here, I'll preface this by saying I'm going to vote for this. And the reason I'm going to vote for this is because it is a complex question, and it is an odd predicament to be in. And I believe the public has a right to have their say on it. That's what I'm voting for. I'm voting to advance this to the point where the public can have their say. And I think that's incredibly important, because this is a big decision. And if we can let the public weigh in, we should. That's just part of what we do on local governance when we make big decisions, not just for things that we might say yes on, but things that we might say no on. And in the process between this vote and when it comes to the public, there is a lot of opportunity for a lot of ideas to be developed that are right now just sort of nebulous. We're talking about attainable housing. We're talking about the best use for dollars, all of those sorts of things. And if this doesn't pass, that portal in which we have those conversations effectively ends. That's not to say that we can't have those conversations, but there won't be a focused reason for them and a focused place to have those conversations. And so, if the decision point for me right now was yes or no on this, I would vote no. But this is not the decision point. This is the portal to open it up for public participation. And that's what I'm voting for. Now, it could be that in the time between now and then, there is enough evidence and information for me to rethink my position. And I am going to be completely open to that. It'll have to be some pretty good information, though. So I would urge even those who who feel that right now, no matter what other information they're provided with, they would say no to the final question on this. I would just encourage those who are thinking about saying no to understand that that public hearing is going to be vital for making an informed decision. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, sometimes things don't happen on their own. They need to be incentivized, and sometimes they do require out-of-the-box leadership and decision-making. I go back to the arena conversation. I sat in Councillor Wright's chair, being also cynical about that deal, asking a lot of questions, so this body is asking, which is absolutely, we should be asking those questions. And I appreciate Councillor Knack's amendment, because I made similar amendments during that discussion that made the deal better, right? And more transparent and more acceptable. So we invested maybe 1/2 of the total cost of the arena project. The rest of the money came from the kids group, came from ticket surcharge or other revenues. And that half of the arena cost generated close to $4.7 billion of investment in our downtown. And our downtown before that had seen very little investment. So sometimes things do not happen on its own. And I think we have an opportunity in front of us to further accelerate that. If we believe that downtown needs investments, either we decide to make those investments through raising property taxes or creating an innovative funding model like CRL that allows us to keep the education portion of property taxes in our city, where our regional partners pay for some of the infrastructure that they use in our city when they come to our city to access those cultural amenities, which we have been asking them to pay. So if there's a model that allows us to get that money into our city, why would we say no to that? This extension will get us close to $120 million of extra money that we would not have in our city. And that will allow us to move forward number of critical projects that we need in our downtown. Yes, there are complexities around attainable housing, brownfield remediation, or how we're going to grapple with funding the WinSpear. But we need to find a way to fund those. So we need to think about creative ways of doing it. And this allows us to do that. So I don't know why we would be so reluctant at this time when we have an opportunity in front of us. Yes, some of these projects may not be high priority for some people. But when you look at the totality of those 10 projects that we are adding to the list, they need work. We need to have conversation on them. I think that is why it's important that we get to the next step of that conversation. I don't know how, I have not heard a single solution coming out of this body yet. How are we going to fund those things? If attainable housing is a priority for us, how are we going to fund that priority without raising property taxes? How are we going to fund that priority of supporting Windspear without raising property taxes. This allows us to at least be creative and think about and keep the options open. So I'm urging my colleagues to not be stuck on certain projects. Just think of the totality of those projects. It's hundreds of millions of dollars of investment we're talking about here. Sometimes partnerships are never perfect. Partnerships are about compromising. Somebody needs something, you need something, and you come to the table, you negotiate something. If we are looking at a perfect world, maybe nothing would happen. So let's move forward, let's find a way and try to mitigate some of the concerns through these dialogues, which we will, and this is a good motion that Councillor Knack has added. I would encourage that let's move forward on this, get to the next stage, and follow the process. If my cynicism led me to vote against the arena deal on earlier stages, I wouldn't have the opportunity to actually think about and evolve my thinking based on new information, right? I think it's worthwhile to keep that mind open at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. I will return the chair to you, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, right, so we gotta do some few things. Sorry folks from Windspear, I know you came yesterday, then you leave, you came again, you're gonna leave again because unfortunately we have few things that we need to deal with in camera that are essential. In camera? No. Yeah, that's what I'm going to work with clerk, see what are the things that we can put to the next council. Which one? So monthly update on Dutch elm disease, let's put it into next month, the council. Okay.
Can we maybe?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, point of order.
Yeah.
I was trying to sign on. I would prefer not to push that to next month.
Okay.
Mayor Sohi, can we work in reverse order of what needs to be accomplished?
Okay, let's do what needs to be.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
Okay.
So council's just finished item 7.7. It is recommended that you do go in camera shortly before the break so that you can deal with item 9.2 and then 9.4. I'm going to be optimistic and say you're going to get through those by 5. Then when you come back from recess at 6, if you want, you can go back to the item that you started, I believe, before lunch on the LRT safety, which is 7.5.
Okay.
If you finish off at 7.5, you can then move on to 7.6.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if you moved off 7.8 and 7.9 yet, or if they're still on the agenda.
Can we send Windspear expansion project to next council meeting? I don't know. There aren't very many options. Yeah, 7, 8, and 7, 9. Yeah.
Sorry, so.
Is 7, 8 essentially critical administration?
Well, it's not about, it's about what you're going to be able to get through. So do you want to make that determination now, or do you want to make that determination at 5 and 6?
So folks on the administrative folks on the 7, 8 that will be part of other reports as well. So you're going to stick around?
We're okay moving 7, 8, and I believe Stacy can speak to 7, 9, but I think we're okay with both those moving if that helps council.
Okay. Okay. So let's move 7, 8, 7, 9 to other council, next council. Okay.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, bring forward.
Great. So I will move that the following items be postponed to the April 8th, 9th, 2025 City Council meeting, 7.8 and 7.9.
Okay.
With apologies to the Windspear.
Second.
Okay, please vote. That is carried. Oh, sorry.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So we have about 15 minutes to deal with the 7-5. Then we go in camera after 3:30 break, right?
Sorry. Point of order. I think Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Paquette said that they have to leave right away online and that they had questions on one of the private items. So I think we need to prioritize.
So I think what we discussed yesterday was that we will finish off 7. Whatever we just finished, 7, sorry. Then we'll go in camera. So we have a break coming up at 3:30. Should we go at camera, start with dealing with the in-camera items now?
Yeah, if
Okay,
council
okay.
wants to go in
Yeah.
camera now, then
Yeah, I
based
think
on my
administration
assessment-
thinks those are high priority items, right? So,
and we
okay,
can get-
can someone move that we go in camera, please?
So moved, subject to whatever we need to.
Okay. Second by Councillor Rice, okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
It is carried.
Yeah, and just for those following along online or listening, we're going to move to item 9.2, then to 9.4, and then tune in for further updates.